Recording in progress. Muy buenos días. Nos podemos ir ubicando, por favor, ya estamos en
Good
horario.
morning. Let us take our seats. We are on time to start today's work journey. I think I need to be a bit stern. Excuse me. I would like to kindly ask you all the parliamentarians, to please take your seats. We're going to start today's session.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you were able to rest and that you're ready for today's session in this House of Justice and in the city of Panama. I would like to warmly welcome the speakers that we will have today who are going to accompany us in today's work. We're going today begin our second day of this Forum of Security of the Americas with the topic of criminalization of cyberspace. Today, in our first panel, we are going to have with us the private sector. The private sector, and this morning's session, we're going to have Carlos Moreira, who is connected virtually. We have, once again, Carlos Moreira, Executive Director of the Wisky International Holding, and he's going to talk about his work called Transhuman Code. Our second participant for today's panel is going to be here in person. I would kindly ask you to please come to the front and to please sit. Mr. Otto Wolfschoen. He is the chairman of the board of the Banking Association of Panama. Mr. Esteban Lopez, chair of the Chamber of International Commerce, Chapter Panama. And Giovanni Carpanetti, that represents Microsoft Panama. And our moderator is Mr. Bruno Basile, Executive Director of the organization called Sumarse.
Muchísimas gracias. Adelante.
Thank you very much. We may proceed with today's session.
Hola. Perfecto. Muy bien.
Hello, perfect. I think everyone is able to hear me. First of all, good morning, everyone. For me and the Sumarse organization that promotes sustainability of enterprises here in Panama, it is a great pleasure to be before each one of you and to participate in this forum. Today, we are the moderators of this panel. Today, we're going to have interventions of Mr. Carlos Moreira, Otto Wolfschoen, and Esteban Lopez, and Giovanni Carpanetti. This panel, it's within a framework of the private sector and is aligned with sustainability. Most likely you may be asking yourselves, when we talk about sustainability, are we exclusively talking about economic sustainability or social or environmental sustainability? However, we need to understand that sustainability is cross-sectional in a company or in any enterprise. Cybersecurity and the technological transformation that we're living today, it is part of this fundamental pillar called sustainability. And this new enterprise agenda that is focused on listening to interested party, focused on mitigation of risk and the creation of trust within all of the stakeholders, whether they're the investors, our coworkers, or our clients. In that sense, we have a very well distinguished panelist with us for this session. First, I would like to ask you all to address the audience with your welcoming remarks, considering the brief time that we have, and then we will quickly move to specific questions. So we are going to begin with you, Esteban, that you're right next to me. The floor is yours. Good morning. Thank you very much for having me here in the Latin American Parliament. Thank you very much, Konrad Adenauer Foundation and Crime Stopper. I have known the foundation now for a bit 17 years for the work carried out here in Panama. When I was a young Christian democratic representative, I have had some interaction with the foundation. I would like to briefly say what is the Chamber of International Commerce. This is one of the most important and prominent chamber globally. We're present in more than 139 countries. Currently, the Chamber of International Commerce has a permanent presence in the UN, and it was founded more than 100 years in 1919. The Chamber of International Commerce manifests through its national chapters and through working commissions. In Panama, our chapter was founded in 2004. And regarding cybersecurity and criminality and everything regarding blockchain and crime committed over the internet is managed by the Digital Department Economy Commission. The Panamanian chapter is formed by the main organization or enterprises in Panama, like the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Agriculture, the Chamber of Construction as Banking Association, the Authority of the Panama Canal, the University Santa Maria La Antigua, Naturgy, as many others, and legal firms. Here in Panama, as well as many of the countries, the Chamber of International Commerce becomes a link between the private sector and the public actors, developing policies, manuals, and different guides that are important and practical for the private sector in order to be voiced, to be heard within the private sector. In our country, regarding the crime committed in the cyberspace, we have developed in the Commission of Digital Economy, and we have collaborated with different entities and enterprises that in some way fight against this scourge. But this is nothing new. Back in 2015, the Chamber of International Commerce established the policies and manuals of crimes committed in cyberspace. Since that date, we were seeing or looking into what was happening at an international level, and we developed 5 thematic principles and 7 actions that I will later mention. These are practical guidelines or guides in order for SMEs to understand and larger enterprises and common citizens understand how this crime operate. At the Chamber of International Commerce, we've identified that due to fear or the lack of understanding, we don't understand what is happening in cyberspace. So the guides or manuals that I bring today are very easy to follow, and they talk on or address specific topics. Here in Panama, in the Chamber of International Commerce, we believe that the way that we tackle crime committed in the cyberspace should start with training or the building qualities and skills and competencies at a local level with all of the different boards and associations of professionals and at the enterprise level. Reason why it is important to be part of these type of forum. Reason why the Chamber of International Commerce is always open to be here and will feel welcome in this space.
Now, let us continue with Otto. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this invitation. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to be here with you today.
Americanos tienen una muy buena costumbre que es comer.
Americans have a very good customs. They start their participation with a joke. I was trying to find a joke about crime and cyberspace, and I was not able to find any. That does not mean, though, that this is not the right space. But if you have a joke or something, please share it with me, because it is always a good icebreaker for these kinds of presentations. The topic for the financial and banking sector is extremely important. Is that important that just last week in Panama, we were the headquarters of a cybersecurity banking congress, where many of these topics were addressed. I would like to invite you to look it up on the website, and you'll be able to find different presentations, very technical, on the topic.
Para mí, el enfoque de esto es un poco siempre lo que hay que volver como enfoque básico.
To me, we have to go to the basics when we speak about the financial and the banking world, the evaluation and risk management.
En el mundo este en que yo trabajo, estamos
In the world that I work in, we are used to and we live permanently doing a risk assessment. Traditional risks that we have had in the banking sector maybe 600 years ago is always liquidity, credit, capitalization, etc.
en ese sentido
In that sense, we try to use the lessons learned when we have new risks. Now, this is not a new risk,
bancaria es un riesgo
but within the banking history, this is a relatively new risk because in the past, even when I initiated my banking career, before many of you were born,
las cosas se llevaban en parte manuales,
things were done manually and
perfectamente cerrados,
also in closed systems
humana,
where a physical and human intervention was needed to extract the data and to maybe
cómo operaba la contabilidad de los bancos, etc.
look into the operation of accounting of the banking and everything. But with cybercrime, that is no longer the case.
Sí, hay que aplicar ese análisis
So yes, we must apply that risk assessment, but it must be tailored to the reality and the specific risk that we talk about. When we do risk assessments, we try to do several things. First, we try to eliminate it, but there are risks that cannot be eliminated. There are risks that must be mitigated, reduced, ensured, and there is a number of things that enterprises, not only banking enterprises, try to do in order to manage the cyber risk that will never go away.
yo creo que tenemos algunos problemas particulares que
I
quizás
believe that we have very specific issues, and maybe throughout this panel we can delve into this a little bit more. I believe Esteban already mentioned this.
cuando una entidad financiera tiene, por ejemplo,
When a financial institution of a specific size has a problem with a specific client, for example, a payment issue, that could become public. Now, if we're talking about restructuring, for example, almost all the countries have restructuring legislations or a legal matter, that is going to be known by the public. And no one is going to like it, of course, but this is not something that people is not used to seeing, or maybe something that is going to make people lose the trust in the institution because of these kinds of risks. Now, the problem with these risks is that it creates a problem with the image. Banking and financial institutions tend to be very conservative, and usually they keep their problems inside. Now, this is something that we see every day in Panama. We all have IT managers, and among them, they speak to each other. And this is some kind of a next room situation. And problems not always are elevated or escalated to a different level where we can make decisions. And some of the things that we must consider for Panama is that we need to create a mechanism or some kind of compensation chamber where we exchange these kinds of situations or issues, where there is no shame of sharing with our colleagues what happened to us. Even Celaban is working on a fraud central where we can have that kind of communication. I believe that in that sense, the different regulatory entities can serve as a link to communicate or share all these things. And everything gets even more complicated because this is not a national security issue. This is an international issue. We do not know if hackers, well, maybe hackers that hack someone in Panama is going to be in Azerbaijan, for example, or they might be in a country that is completely outside of our jurisdiction, for example. I know that experts know this. And in these countries is where we usually see this. And this is a question that I have. I do not have the answer. Does something happen to those countries? For example, in Panama, we have the famously known lists. Now, my question is, what about those countries that are the headquarters of these hackers? Does something happen for the lack of regulation? I do not have the answer, again, but if someone in the panel or someone in this room has the answer, I would appreciate it. And this is something that we have to live with. This is something that we need to consider, just like risks, with a methodology to manage risks, but of course, applied to the specific particularities of the topic. Thank you, Otto. Giovanni? Hello, my name is Giovanni Carpanetti. I work with Microsoft Panama as the person responsible. And the only joke that I thought about is how our clothes has shrunk during this pandemic. And working with my colleagues here, what we see in Microsoft as clients and public entities is the sophisticated attacks. And I say sophisticated because they not only go through a banking system, but a cell phone, a camera, or any kind of information device that you might have. In addition to the government hackers that we know, we also see attacks to health devices. For example, a hospital with beds that measure the temperature of the room, for example, are being hacked. And I agree with you. These are very malicious attacks. And this is what we see. And back in 1996, a high school group of students made calls to account holders from a local bank, and they would say, we are calling from the clave system. Something happened with your card, and we need the PIN number. We need the PIN number so we can restart your card. Back then, the clave system was just in its beginnings. Now, in 2021, we usually do security assessments for governments and enterprises, and we find that the passwords of the administrators is Bank 2021. That is the password. So what's changed in the last 25 years? Technology, people. People maybe hasn't changed. And I agree with my colleague. We need strategies so people can better educate themselves on cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is our responsibility. Technology keeps moving on. But if we have the same behaviors that we did 25 years ago, we are not going to achieve many things. On behalf of Microsoft, we have a digital crime unit. This is a group of engineers, lawyers, data scientists, data analysts throughout the world. And this unit supports governments, NGOs, government entities in the creation of policies to criminalize digital crimes. We also monitor bot networks and child pornography networks, child exploitation networks. We support NGOs that prosecute or go after criminals. So any of the NGOs or governments that need to contact Microsoft to help with this task, we are at your service. And going beyond what we have heard so far, you have heard about the metaverse. This is like the new trendy word. Before it was big data, now it's a metaverse. And we do not see, because we have to deal with cybersecurity in the metaverse. And this is nothing that new in the sense that 25 or 30 years ago, when the World Wide Web started, there was people trying to send you fake domains from www. Now, instead of having someone calling you over the phone asking your PIN, you will have an image on a virtual call saying that this is your boss or the bank teller asking for your password. So the lesson is to learn from the past. If we already had these security issues in the physical world or the first stage of the virtual world, it's highly possible that it's going to replicate in the metaverse. Like Esteban said, we are not only the only stakeholders to have security for all. We ally with governments and competitors because we understand that security is extremely important. I do not know, or I do not have all the answers. I am willing to share my knowledge, and without giving names of my clients, I'll be able to help. Thank you, Giovanni. Now I would like to give the floor to Carlos Moreira, joining us online. Carlos, please go ahead. The floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. I'm calling from Geneva. I'm the founder and CEO of WiseKey, and I was the security director of UN in Geneva. First, I would like to speak about the topic. The presentation is Metaverse, but Metaverse is not only the hyped name in the market, but with the evolution of the Web 3.0. If we go back in history, Web 1.0 was created in Geneva by the CERB, the nuclear lab. And back then, I was in the UN. We shared the same data center, and the mission was to connect computers in a fast way in order to create what we know, a world where everyone have access with a link or URL and access the website without having to worry how to connect or where in the world you are. That was the revolution of knowledge. For the first time, we started gathering data from silos and we made it available worldwide. But back then, we realized one thing. Engineers working then, we identified that the digital identity of the human being was not introduced in the web architecture 1.0. The consequences are clear. Technology is exponential, is growing exponentially, and the human being is lineal, meaning that in order to cover 100 meters, we have to go meter by meter, and technology is going to get there faster than we can. Now we are on Web 3.0. We went from 1.0, an academic web, where it was a very slow. There was just some kind of information. Then we went to the social media web, Facebook web, and that human interaction where everyone started to get connected. And now we are in the metaverse web. What happens here? The problems that we have in Web 1.0 are going to grow exponentially in Web 3.0. In fact, I wrote a book transhuman code launched in 2016, where we started defining that there is a moment where the human being is going to have to take control of their digital identity in the metaverse if we do not get into the dilemma that was just mentioned by Microsoft. An avatar could be me without being me, or I could do transactions with people that are not identified, or that I could buy NFTs in virtual spaces that are not verified by the original identity of the product.
So we need to do is something different. We need to start thinking of the problems that we have in cybersecurity. Some of them have been solved, but not all of them. Today, it's not a problem of cybersecurity in the cyberspace. We are in a more progress situation. We're talking about cyber war. It's the concept of war. For the first time, the concept of war has been applied. Countries are strengthening and they are separating from the original cause of where we develop a world wide web. China has their own WWW. Russia has its own. The European community is also developing their own, as Latin America and the Caribbean. So we're going to move into a model in which I called the aircraft carrier in the WWW, which was very similar to Web 1.0, which was silo protection. So we have different platforms in which we will be able to exchange information inside the metaverse. And the problem here is that it should not be the metaverse of one company. Metaverse is based on blockchain technology, decentralized technology, where anyone can have access to ledgers and be able to meet, create, sign a data, objects, or individuals in the blockchain. Therefore, the fact that we have an industry of $10 billion, which is an industry of these enterprises that have taken advantage of the deficiency of Web 1.0 and Web 2.0, in order to change the human being to a based on consumerism. Today, the companies don't see individuals as the value that they have as human beings, but as an individual that's going to buy and consume our product. So they perceive humans this way, then humans become an object or a product of these companies. With this business model exists, Allah has allowed us to sell and to bring value to all of the things that we market. It won't be easy to correct, and it won't be easy to innovate. Another way to innovate to protect individuals, we need to consider these great forces that are involved. We need a metaverse, yes, but a more human metaverse. In the forum that is going to be held in May, we're going to have a deep dive regarding metaverse. Just last week, we had a conversation in Panama. I had a conversation with another country that we were talking about what we define the entry doors for the metaverse. And this is a great opportunity for those countries that are service countries similar to Panama, where we got fintech and blockchain, and that they're now becoming the headquarters of metaverse, or the opening doors to the metaverse. Metaverse should be completely decentralized. The concept of Facebook is stating that they are the metaverse. That is a problem because they already had the issues in Web 2.0, and their problems are going to expand exponentially in Web 3.0. People have lost trust and they don't then confidence. So there is a trust deficit right now. We don't trust in interacting with certain type of platforms. I was in the Vatican and speaking to the Pope regarding ethics and artificial intelligence. In the metaverse, what is happening is we're bringing together technology. For the first time, we are in an era where there's an Italian renaissance, where technology has come together. AI, quantum, INT, and technology of algorithms. All these technologies for the first time are coming together and speaking to each other, and they're growing exponentially and creating the connection required to create another phenomena that is also exponential, which in accelerated, which is the individual growth of these different technologies. So we're in an era where the humans have lost control of this process, and this process is going to be controlled by enterprises that have algorithm systems and intelligence in order to make decisions. And we want to avoid this. We want to avoid a situation where humans lose control. We need to reposition humans within this metaverse architecture. I work with Microsoft, and we are going to integrate the DECA Core, which was an initiative launched by Microsoft and the Peace Association here in Geneva, one of the largest companies that respects human, and contrary to all of the different companies that I already mentioned that have a business model which is more centralized in the trading of humans. So here we're trying to find solutions for cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is an extension of a natural human instinct. It's a warrior instinct, an instinct that we see as we develop as a civilization, but in a cyberspace. One of the panelists said, how can countries that are under attack understand if something works or not? I can say that cybersecurity today, if someone today wants to attack you, they can go to the dark web, grab or buy a software that already exists, and download the models or the guides, and they can use this. This is very well organized. It's like an IP where hackers can access to malware that could allow them to make a living. That is what they do, and it's an employment creation system. If they're not able to be employed because they have certain limitations in the countries that they live, then they have found an industry that is very welcoming and represents billions of dollars. So my message is that Web 3.0 is going to bring new opportunities. It is a web that we will be able to decentralize technology. It is a web that's going to create value. We believe that the world that we live has been built by 200 million individuals that have thought, collaborate, and colonized. But now in Web 3.0, the number of engineers that are going to build that metaverse doubles. There's going to be a quite integration, and the only way for us to connect, to talk, and to see what we want to live in that metaverse then is by having this forum and talking to each other, sharing information, because we are about to start that. We are already on that fourth industrial revolution. Is going to create problems, definitely. Today we talk about climate change and the instability that we see. This could be resolved with the computing capacity that human beings have today. If we stop traveling and we stop consuming and buying things in an uncontrollable way, then we are going to have a better world. I think it's an advantage. I work with a lot of young adults. We've developed several NFTs, and we do a lot of virtual meetings. These young adults no longer have that need that other generations had of having things, to control things, to have a vehicle, to buy an apartment, to travel throughout and get to see the world. They do this through metaverse, and the experience or the emotions are almost the same without seeing the problems that our generations have seen. Thank you very much for allowing me the space to address the crowd. Thank you, Carlos, for your intervention. I know you have to leave before we conclude this panel. Thank you for being here with us. Within that context, Carlos has given us several thoughts that will allow us to build our conversation and bring it to our local market, to the Panamanian market. Having said this, I would like to start now with Giovanni. After listening to your comments and listening to Carlos, it is clear that digitalization, cybersecurity are material aspects or concerns for any enterprise. From Microsoft's standpoint, what type of measures have you placed in order to create that an effective digital transformation for your clients? Definitely, the comments from Mr. Carlos were on the dot. We see this daily. We want to promote a secure or a safe digital transformation. technology continues to grow, but we also need to view other things that are not exposed very clearly, which are people and processes. These forums of criminalization need to start with raising awareness to help NGOs and government to be able to educate and develop educational programs and train individuals how to act in the face of a digital attack. In COVID, the digital attacks increased by 90% during the COVID pandemic, and through a technique called phishing. Phishing is a very well-known technique. In that sense, we signed an MOU with the government of Costa Rica. I think I've seen several members from Costa Rica in order to educate public officials and general citizens regarding cybersecurity. We developed an MOU with the government of Panama, and we're working with other companies. The people perspective is important. People need to understand their role and their responsibilities in cyberspace. There's an aspect of the people, the persona, and we also have technology. And the other things are risk. What risk can we take on? How much risk are we going to take on? Which risk are we going to mitigate and we're going to act upon? So processes are very important, and the fintech aspect is an important part of the process. Now, regarding technology, I can later share an email. We have several internal websites that we explain to IT members and general population basic guidelines to be followed in order to protect yourself in cyberspace. Number one, have a very safe password, to have an alternate identification process. Don't use the open Wi-Fi on a Starbucks. These are very simple methods or things that a citizen or an IT member can implement. I've been in the headquarters since January 2019, and I spoke to Microsoft at a global level responsible of our second factor authentication for Microsoft. I believe all of you that are here have a second factor authentication for Google in order to authenticate with other systems. What I heard from this individual is, Giovanni, if I present the statistics as how the attacks, cyber attacks on our enterprise drops only by having a second factor authentication, what do you think will be the impact of the population? What he said is that 99.9% of the attacks will drop. If the company or the platform or even the doctor's office for healthcare system implement a second factor authentication process, you will have a drop by 99% of these cyber attacks. So these are simple measures, very simple measures that you're able to implement to reduce cyber attacks. Thank you very much. Otto, we will continue with you. In your intervention, you talked about the evolution in the banking sector. In that same line, what type of measures are the banking systems or the Panamanian banking system implementing? First of all, I would like to say that I completely agree what Giovanni just stated. The persona element is very important. Education is another important factor. It is true that many of the bad things that we see is because people are not trained or educated in how to protect themselves. And in our world, in the banking world, where we have many clients, one of the main topics is that we need to continuously educate clients in how to protect their information, data, or things that are very simple, like online banking. To use a password that's strong enough that it's not just your name or your date of birth or the year that you were born. We can even make out a cartoon out of this. The other topic is internal education within the private sector. We are currently in a panel with the private sector. We need to train the enterprises. We need to train our workers, because many of the things that happen, once it happened the first time,
ponemos controles.
we impose controls,
Entonces, y los controles
or we can create the controls. And many of these controls
de algún empleado interno.
have the participation or the engagement of an internal coworker. So we need to do that callback. What is a callback? What is an easy way to do a callback? This could be done with the number that was given to you on your email where they tell you, I want to transfer $50,000 from my account A to the account of another individual. So if you're going to call that same number, these individuals will definitely going to deceive you.
This is something that we can achieve with education, with training, and with experience. People will learn as well. But of course, educating our workers inside of our organizations and educating our clients is extremely important. There are technologies that have reduced this aspect significantly. For example, the credit card chips. When we didn't have them, and it was just the magnetic band or the magnetic strip, I can ask quickly, who wasn't robbed? I was robbed. Why? Because maybe, for example, you would use your card and a transaction would pop up maybe 2-3 months after that. And now with the chip, we are not seeing that many cases. And another thing that we have to do is to counter these things with technologies. And it is important to understand that we are always going to be a step behind, because in the bank, we have the anti-fraud departments, etc. But that is not our business. This is just part of the process of protecting our business. But just like Carlos mentioned before, there's people that make their living of this. So they always try to find a new way to rob us. So I believe this is a combination of these technologies. And as I mentioned in my first intervention, the cooperation and communication that allows us to learn from the previous mistakes, the mistakes that others have committed. Great, thank you, Otto. Esteban, now, from a guild perspective, an international guild perspective, tell us, what are the trends, what are the measures that we see? Well, thank you. I completely agree with everything I heard about. And I noticed that Carlos and Otto focused on education, educating people. This is what we are doing. You cannot imagine the number of enterprises that have no idea what cybersecurity is. A great number of enterprises managers that do not understand the language of a compliance officer, data officer, IT officer, and this is why we focus on simplicity. We try to explain in the most practical and common way to everyone what is the cyberspace, what is a blockchain, and what are those security breaches that could avoid a major problem. In the International Chamber of Commerce, we have the Arbitrage International Court. And this is my expertise area. This is why I feel out of my space, because I'm with a lot of experts. I am going to share things that have occurred. And even though a person has all the knowledge, we know that we all can make mistakes. In 2019, in an international arbitration, if you do not know, an arbitration is based on confidentiality. Hence, I won't be able to mention places or names or anything like that. In the hearing, one of the lawyers said, My information was cloned. Now, the question was that truth? What was the ethics of that lawyer? But we initiated the investigation because he said he was cloned. Now, it turned out that all the passwords that he had in his cell phone, written down in the notepad. Marcos knows this better. That can be hacked in just a second. So everything was hacked. The question was who did it and from where they did it. I'm no expert, but we were able to identify that it was through an IP that was outside of that room. I'm not sure how it was done, but it was done. And in 2015, there was an international arbitration between China and the Philippines. And all the evidence presented in the international court was hacked. How? Because there was a problem in the firewall when the evidence was being transferred from one country to the court. The same thing happened in Ontario. The person, at the moment of they were presenting evidence and testimonies, had the password written down in the back. So every time he did this movement, everyone saw everything. That's why I say that this could happen to everyone. Now, we work on ethics, on how to tackle, how to fight these situations, because just like there's good people, there's bad people. Just like there are good lawyers, there are bad lawyers. There's everything in this world. We have a very good lawyer right here. I'm participating in a case right now. And in arbitration, we have to make a decision within 6 months. That's the regular rule. One of the parties said all the evidence presented by the counterpart were hacked or was hacked. Now, this is the question. Should we give them enough time for them to prove that was the case? And if we assess the evidence, what happens if after 2 years the evidence was actually hacked? But if we do not assess the evidence and it turns out that the evidence was not hacked, how can we find the material true? And we are at that point. Now, many times, because of the reputational risk, people do not want to denounce cybercrimes. And I will give you an example. Law firms, small, medium, or international law firms, you cannot imagine the number of times that a law firm is being hacked. We can imagine what happened in the Panama Papers and the Pandora Papers, but that was like the case that brought everything to the front. But when a transnational company or a law firm company is hacked, they do not want to denounce. Why? Because the risk of the reputational harm, because they are afraid of who is going to receive the denounce. And just like Otto said, the competitors try to destroy you. And they say, if that happened to them, how are you going to give them your information? So that spiral down has caused us to somehow focus on education, focus on the people, explain everything about cybersecurity, explain about the importance of denouncing, reporting, and training, bottom down and top bottom. This is interesting. This is interesting because all the panelists have mentioned education. And this is a key message. Now, we analyzed the current situation. Now I would like to speak about opportunities. Of course, digitalization and the speediness when this happened has posed many risks, but also opened up for many opportunities. So in that sense, I would like for each one of you from your expertise or your sector speak about business opportunities that come with the digitalization and everything that we live. And after that, maybe share a reflection. Are we prepared for that in Panama? Now let's give the floor to Mr. Otto. Thank you.
tema de qué oportunidades. Yo pienso que
Okay. Speaking about opportunities, this is something that we can see at the micro level for each one of the businesses or enterprises. This is the private sector panel. So
hacer las cosas bien,
if you can do things right, just like with everything,
crear ese ambiente de que mis clientes
if you can create that environment where you are responsible of educating your clients and your employees,
el tema este te va a servir como una
I believe this is going to be a great opportunity.
la digitalización.
On digitalization,
Bien, yo lo enfocaría como dentro de todo el desarrollo tecnológico.
I would say that within the technological development, we have the digitalization.
Tecnología aplicada al menos en el tema financiero y
Technology, at least for the banking and financial world,
muchas cosas
will allow us to do many things, things that we already do, but we'll be able to do them even better. And that has been the experience that we've had since always, to be honest.
permitir hacer cosas
This will allow us to do things that we have thought about doing, however, we have not been able to do so far. But it will also allow us to do things that we haven't even
entonces esas últimas no voy a hablar porque
thought about doing.
puedo hablarlas, pero
I cannot speak about those things now, but for example,
en el tema ya me aparto un poco de la digitalización, pero hablo
now moving away from digitalization, let's speak about artificial intelligence or AI. Sometimes it might be scary,
tema de inteligencia artificial
but on AI
con el tema
combined
data management
with big data management,
permitir
this will allow us
básicas.
very basic things,
Normalmente los bancos
such as, for example, usually banks have a model or some kind of score pattern, and they decide, for example, this person qualifies or does not qualify for a credit card.
y califica para una tarjeta de crédito
And this person qualifies for a credit card up to a $2,000 limit. This other person qualifies for 10,000. This other person does not qualify at all.
análisis hacia atrás.
And when we do a back analysis, we realize that we have false positives and false negatives, being that you assumed the risk and you ended up giving a card to people that were not able to pay.
Gente que no le diste la tarjeta
But there's also people that were not given a card, and once you check their references, they have a very good credit behavior, and they got the card from another bank. So the combination of IA, big data management, the ability to interact with our clients in a digital way,
hacer esas cosas
will allow us to do things that we were not able to do before. And even it has an impact on financial inclusion, because many of the people that were denied access to credit has now access to credit. Now, just like every technology, it might be scary, because the question then is, where is the human mind? Maybe it's not going to be part of the processes. And there are other topics that are being discussed. For example, open banking,
todos tengamos acceso, ¿no?
meaning that
Yo
we can all have access. I am not saying that this is not letting me sleep at night, okay? But sometimes we say, where are we going to end up combining all these? Well, what will happen is that we are going to have artificial intelligence that is going to manage banks.
sí nos abre y eso y yo di un ejemplo muy chiquito, ¿no? Pero ahora
I
imagínense
gave a very small example, but let's imagine the big data management and artificial intelligence analyzing a merging between two big companies. And we know that one of the main important things in an acquisition or a merging is to lower down the uncertainty of those things that you cannot analyze until you step into the new organization that you are acquiring or merging. So I believe there is a series of opportunities that at the end of the day will help us to do many more things better.
Muchas gracias, Otto.
Of course, thank you, Otto. Esteban?
Oportunidades.
Opportunities. Well, before great challenges, we have great opportunities. I think the pandemic has taught us things that we can change. Things that 4 years ago we thought might have been impossible became possible. It was difficult in the past. Speaking from my standpoint as a lawyer, every time we wanted to trial an individual, we all had to be at the same place. But today, international arbitration could be done where you are in one place, the witnesses are in another place, the headquarter for that arbitration is in another country. Therefore, it has been a great opportunity. However, it poses new challenges. Digitalization and artificial intelligence, the metaverse that we talked about in the morning. Today, we have two arbitration that are associated to metaverse. The use, I don't know much about the metaverse, but the use of this individuals, how the individual use the metaverse using a branded purse without having the authorization from that brand in using that brand in the metaverse. And the brand sued the individual for not having the intellectual property of using that brand. However, the individual that was being sued said that he was not infringing any law. He was using all of the different protections that he could abide to in order to use that brand in the metaverse. Those are loops in the law. So simplicity is very important in how we are able to bring those principles into the metaverse. The 5 principles of security and 7 measures or actions are presented in the cybersecurity guidelines. These are the guidelines. We have summarized them in 5 principles. 1, to center on the information and not the technology. To make resilience a way of thinking. To be prepared to respond. To demonstrate leadership commitment and to act based on your vision. I'm going to focus on the last 2 to show leadership commitment. It is not worthy if a company invests the money that they can, for example, Microsoft, if the individual that's sitting on the board does not understand or is not committed. Reason why it is important to receive the commitment from the board and to act based on a vision. The vision of a multinational company is different from a small enterprise. And the 6 actions are the following. Number 1, security copies of the enterprise and validating the processes of recovery. Almost 70% of the processes of SMEs do not have this. It seems like it is easy to do, but it is not. The update of the IT systems. You have no idea how many individuals say, I have everything. I have this and that, but have Windows 5.0. That is a problem. Invest in information. It is not the same to say I studied, as it was mentioned by Giovanni, to say I have studied the web when it started in comparison to what we have today. 2, to control the environment of the enterprise and the information environment. The information should be controlled from the start, from the person that collects the data, the person that provides that data, and the one that processes. Sometimes we don't invest in the person that collects and receives data. And only that single data is where we have a lot of breach. To have different layer defense to mitigate risks. All these topics or these 5 principles and 6 actions were written back in 2015 and they're applicable nowadays. Very simple principles that you don't need to be an IT engineer or an expert in blockchain. These actions are, like I said, simple and that have helped us to promote and raise awareness in individuals and enterprises in how to invest and how to overcome the challenges before them. Giovanni, your conclusions regarding your technical standpoint. Thank you. When I talk about technology, I'm an optimistic. In Microsoft, we believe that this is the best time in the era. This technology that enables us, whether in the banking or law, will bring obviously challenges. As technologists, we also need to implement security for the technology that we create. We need to be able to protect the basics, which is the identity. Citizens, individuals, enterprise need to have a clear and defined identity that needs to be validated by second factors. When this identity is formed or created, then we're able to have a bank in Guatemala that offers loans to farmers. They tell these farmers, or they educate these farmers what the amount of fertilizers to use, when to farm, what to harvest, or what to farm, what to plant using technology. When we talk about fishing, obviously we have to raise awareness with the elders. What the bank did was to create a platform based on the biometric measures. If the person hold the cell phone this way, this person was a left-handed, and the movement patterns in the banking system seem to be someone different from the owner of that online banking system. So we know that this individual is not the owner, or the person that is accessing the online banking is not the retiree or the elder or the senior citizen that opened that online banking. The state platforms have improved. We have seen Costa Rica and the Social Security Institute in Costa Rica. We have worked with Marchamo that issues licenses in Costa Rica. Everything is digital in Costa Rica. There was a famous tweet that says that in Marchamo, it works pretty well during December. Their system it runs at all times in comparison to another ministry that has not changed or has not moved in the digital era. We know that we need to move into the digital world, and then the state needs to move into those digital platforms, implementing the adequate security measures. Thank you very much, Giovanni. Thank you, Esteban, Carlo, who was here from Geneva, and Esteban. We are on time. In the agenda, I see that we have some time for a Q&A. So this is the time. I have my own questions myself, but let's begin. Good morning. Thank you for your perspectives. I have a question. It's more of a reflection, aware that it has a little bit of romanticism in it. I am convinced that this is a journey of business opportunities. This has opened a new range to industries and development and things that we are not even considering yet. But how do we create a path, a way for these opportunities not to be a business at a local area, but a business for the broader aspect? I come from a country where the banking system is not completely developed, and the development of financial systems and to have an inclusion to the banking system is very limited. How can we change this journey for it to be a journey of change and of opportunity and not a journey of obstacles? AI can definitely learn to identify risk and vulnerable risk and exclude these risks. But rather than seeing an opportunity of financial inclusion and prosperity and to open new doors, this is something that AI is limited. This was my reflection.
Interesante la pregunta y muy buena, ¿no?
Very well, good question. I would like to start saying that The first barrier to financial inclusion generally resides, where I have two ways to see this. I have my biases. I would love that everyone be included financially. Those are clients. The first barrier to financial inclusion is poverty and informality. And we need to see this in a differentiated way. Evidently, the states can say you, the financial intermediary, need to include individuals, whether it's a good or a bad business for you. I don't agree with that. There could be some states that say, yes, you have to do it, and it is part of your responsibility because you have a license of carrying out this type of business, then you should be able to do this. I don't think this is the best way to do this. The problem is, how do we manage an individual that is so poor that the possibility to create business for the bank is very low, minimum, or even inexistent? Well, there's one way to do this, and the way to do this is to reduce the costs that this represents to the bank. And the only way to do this is through technology. An example, here in Panama, and all Panamanians will complain that when you open a bank account, you have to fill out. I was trying to create a word. It is a system that you have to fill out many papers. It's more than 50 different forms, and you have to follow up. But with technology, we see an improvement. Now we're offering a product where you can open a bank account using a digital platform. So this is one way to improve financial inclusion and to make a user-friendly regulation, user-friendly for our end user and the banking institution. If you cannot bring a solution to the lack of income that will come with these populations, then reduce the costs for the bank. Financial inclusion doesn't only impact people in poverty, but it also impacts individuals that create things that are not included in the regulation or that is regulated for the bank, or they have a level of due diligence that is so high that they would say simply, don't walk into this industry because it's not going to be beneficial. I'm not sure if I was able to answer part of your concern. The other thing is that technology is bringing in new banks, fintechs, that have a parallel way of working. Now, what we needed to be careful, and this is what we say to the regulatory body, you cannot have the same business, same industry with two different regulatory frameworks. We need to harmonize the regulation. It needs to be equal. You can't open a deposit or in a bank and then over in the fintech, you do something different. It's not called a deposit or has a different definition. We need to harmonize the regulation or the regulatory framework. So I think this is part of the things that we need to consider when talking about technology, and to have a regulatory framework where individuals can use the technology in order to be integrated and for them to have financial inclusion.
We have seen examples in Latin America where the state has less regulations and people usually regularize themselves. Another important aspect is education, especially to lower social status. We have a STEM campaign, DG Girls, where we teach girls basic English, basic IT, and security. They grow with this knowledge and they go to businesses with this basic knowledge. Something that we have seen in the region. I'm not seeing any Colombian flags, but this is something we saw in Colombia. Do we have someone from Colombia here? Okay, great. Thank you. Crowdfunding platforms. Crowdfunding means that I have a website, and I believe the most notorious example, for example, I'm a cattle worker and they don't have access to the bank and they raise organic chicken and or poultry and they go to the bank and they have no credit. So they create a crowdfunding platform. They review their working plan. They say in 10 months, this is going to be the rate or the prices for the poultry and I need 3 million pesos, for example. And I don't know, I'm not sure what is the exchange in Colombia. And people give them the money and they get the ROI. So banks could consider this as an option. And we see new platforms that people with very little resources have access to funds through these technologies. Just to not be repetitive, another issue that we have seen is an excess of regulation. An excess of regulation. And many times we believe that if we write laws or create regulations, that is going to help us. And we haven't noticed that there are recently created legislations, but we do not have the platform to implement the law. And this is happening just right now. Just like Otto mentioned, all the regulations must be the same. Over 6 years ago, I was in the International Chamber of Commerce, and we met with all the regulators to somehow try to minimize everything related to the Know Your Client, your KYC aspect. We would have a discussion with the banking sector, then another one with the insurance, and then we had different regulations, and it was almost impossible. I agree with Giovanni and Otto. I believe that a great problem we have is regulation, excessive regulations that many times make more difficult for people of low educational levels or scarce resources to go beyond what they can right now. Thank you. We have Jorge, we have Pablo, and Armando, and Juan Francisco, I believe. Okay, yes. Okay, I'll be quick. My question is for Otto. What happens with cryptocurrency, Bitcoin accounts? Because in the banking inclusion, and speaking about El Salvador, I have seen how small business owners sometimes did not have access to a bank account, and now they opened a Bitcoin account and they can purchase or sell with cryptocurrency. So what is the banking sector stance when we consider all that? Well, I would expand on that topic when we talk about digital assets, not only cryptocurrency, because that is a subspecies of another subspecies. I think that it has a bright future. Not only cryptocurrency, but all the digital currency. It is going to be easier, and that's when I mentioned technology. It will be way easier to lower the operational costs for people like small business owners without having the need of having all the paperwork and all the costs related to opening a banking account to be able to manage their own transactions. I think that is a reality. It is going to be very difficult for banks to accept it, but that is a reality that is not going to go away. The problem is that you are talking about a currency And humanity has spent years and years to try to avoid that fluctuation in currency, because the fluctuation brings a number of consequences that we all know. I do not know much about El Salvador, but what I understand is that the government granted a hedge to everyone up to a certain point and said, okay, listen, if you are going to sell a pupusa, don't be afraid, because it's not that you are going to have to charge in a cryptocurrency and tomorrow the cryptocurrency is going to come down by 15%. I can assure you that once you exchange that into dollars, because I believe that El Salvador uses the dollars as well, you will have a hedge. You have a hedge and you will have a return, and it will not be connected to the currency fluctuation. And for that, there is a great liability for the state. So we cannot do it in a limitless way. But I believe that is going to be part of the solution. All the payment systems that work with blockchain technology, allowing you to do transactions in an almost instantaneous way, that allow you to work in a direct way with people. I think that for transaction matters, I believe this started in Kenya, if I'm not mistaken. People will pay with cell phone time. So it's not that they needed to create a different currency. I'm talking about very small amounts for them to have to go to a Western Union. And that's how funds were moved. I believe this is a reality, and it's not a matter of liking it or not as banks. We are going to have to learn to live with it. Again, as we have discussed in this panel, with all the risks that come with that. First, there is the risk of money laundering, and that is permanent. I have heard about people talking about cryptocurrency. No, the risk of money laundering is lower. And I say, okay, well, there is a reason why hackers want you to pay in cryptocurrency. Otherwise, they would ask you to pay with other currency. But that is something that I would say we can find a way to mitigate, or at least to regulate. Then we have the other aspect, and I believe it's an aspect related to governments and central banks of different countries.
¿Cómo hacemos política monetaria?
How do we work on a currency policy in Panama that have very specific characteristics because of our constitution? I don't know what is the case in El Salvador and Ecuador. Argentina was using the dollars, but I believe they went back or they went forward. Depends on how you want to look at it. But by the Constitution says that we do not have a forced currency.
Y no hay ninguna otra legislación que reconozca la legalidad de transaccionar.
There's no other legislation that recognizes the ability to do transactions in any other currency. So I believe it'll be a little bit complicated to legalize cryptocurrency and put it above the euro, the franco, the yen, because none of them is legal.
Por lo menos en el caso de Panamá, yo no sé los otros países.
For Panama, at least, I'm not sure about the rest of the countries in Latin America, we do not have anything that prevents people from doing transactions with the currency they want. Be it fiat or cryptocurrency, there's nothing that prevents them to do transactions or invest or save. And I'm not sure if it's better to just wait and see what happens with that. In the US and in Panama, we use the dollar, so we have to keep that correlation with whatever the United States says. About a month ago, the US created a commission to study how to integrate all these within the American monetary system, because up until now, it happened very spontaneously. Technology moved so fast and even faster than governments were able to move.
seguir la pista, ¿no? No sé si con eso contesto.
I'm not sure if that answers the question. Yes. I would like to thank you all for your interventions and comments. I believe they are very valuable. I would like to address this topic from the perspective of the people and enterprises, especially SMEs, as far as the access to financial sector. And this is the sense, just like Mr. Otto said, if we enter the information of the credit requester and we do a more human, personalized, more real assessment, the numbers can say many things, and maybe the numbers are going to automatically eliminate the requester. Now, what happens? What happens is that that person that has no access to credit or funding from the regular financial sector is going to move to the informal sector. And once they do that, they fall on situations of theft or abuse or the inability to meet their commitments. And that creates a perverse chain in the system. I come from Chile. This is an open banking system. And we create the regulations we deem necessary to make it work. The problem lies not because there is an excess of regulation, but when the system does not work properly. I'm referring to the financial system. We need to legislate to protect people or enterprises. And this is the moment where we have this situation. How far do we go with regulations and how far do we move freely? What happens here is that there is a discrimination or abuse situation with specific actors. My question has two legs. First, if the credit history of people or enterprises, does it have a limit? In Chile, I believe it's 5 years. I'm referring to the credit history. If a person was not able to pay back the debt after 5 years, that history gets deleted. Because the banking or the financial system still have that history. And if that person wants access, or if that SME wants access to credit, they won't be able to. We know that SMEs or entrepreneurs, they start a business, and sometimes they do good, sometimes they do bad. And once they want to start again, they have no access to funding. During the pandemic, the financial system was asked by the executive, by the country, by the Congress, was asked to be more flexible, and it was given the legal faculties to offer funding supported by the state with funds of the state to those people or enterprises that were about to close their business or become bankrupt. Even though there were good intentions on behalf of the executive, the assessment was that the financial system kept on lending their clients and not opened up to solve the problem. This creates mistrust and other number of problems. Nowadays, our countries in Latin America and in the rest of the world need to reactivate our economies, and we cannot do that if the private sector does not do it first. People believe the state is going to solve everything, and that is not the case. And this is the core topic, the core subject. The other aspect is related to the existence of great groups of retail with their own credit cards. with their own financial systems for their clients, where they don't have that many requirements, and then the clients become captive because that credit card allows them to go to the supermarket, to the store. And that level of indebtedness is a problem by itself. People can pay up to a certain level, but if that goes beyond that level, what we are doing is making them go broke. And it creates a different rationale, and that creates social explosions, resentment, and problems that attempt against the system. So what we are talking about is much more complex. And I am sorry if I overextended myself, but I would like to hear your opinion, because we not always have the opportunity to speak with representatives of the enterprise sector and the private sector.
Yo no sé cuántas horas tenemos, pero
I don't know how many hours we have for this question. The first thing that I can say is that each country has addressed this differently. I'm going to talk a bit of what happened in Panama, and those who are not from Panama may not know of the situation.
que usted acaba de mencionar, el primer tema,
The topic that you just mentioned,
mucho cuidado.
we need to be very careful to carry out social policy with the money of those who have deposited in our banks. Social policy
Fundamentalmente,
is
responsabilidad de los estados,
a responsibility of the state
que pueden obviamente
that
guiar
could
privado
guide the private sector
ciertas metas sociales
in order to achieve social objectives like happen in every democratic and non-democratic countries in the world. I would be very careful to say
dirigir el crédito para
we're going to use the credit for social policies. In general,
uno tiene que respetar
we needed to respect that those funds
depositantes como
from those who made the deposits, the investors, are not state money. But if it's the state that put the resources, well, in that sense, if the resource come from the state, and it is the state that channels those resources and takes on the risks through the banking systems, that's another story.
como depositante no quisiera
As an individual who makes a deposit, I would not like the state to tell the bank that I deposited my money. This is a risk that you need to take on with the funds, with my funds.
hombre, puede ser un poco moderado, ¿no?
This can be moderated, definitely,
Por ejemplo, en Panamá,
because in Panama, and as much as I know, we have
a través del cual
a system in which the state
cierto tipo de
provides granting of mortgage credit.
tomó la decisión de
And it is the state that this subsidy or this granting is not for the banks. It is for those who receive the loan. It is the state that took a sovereign decision to offer this credit.
no resulta ser
But if that client is not a good client, then you as a bank made a mistake and offered a credit to someone that did not have the possibility to repay. So that is the fault of the bank. But the rate is going to be
política social del Estado
was going to receive a subsidy.
viviendas.
But in the state policy, we need individuals with a dwelling to have that power acquisition to acquire a property and to receive a mortgage loan in order to obtain that objective.
Accionamos frente
How we react in the face of
a la pandemia. Bueno,
the pandemic crisis, once again, here in Panama,
tuvimos
we had
entre la moratoria legal y la moratoria regulatoria
a regulatory and a legal
la moratoria
deferral. We had the longest deferral,
funda y más amplia
the deepest and the most ample in comparison to the rest of the world.
tuvo un periodo de moratoria legal
It wasn't just a period of legal temporary moratorium
donde no era obligatorio pagar
where it was not mandatory for you to repay and it was prohibited for the institutions to
un año
ask for the money.
que realmente al principio
It lasted a year where the banks willingly, and then under a regulation, it was stipulated for the banks not to foreclose, not to insist. And as a regulatory system, the superintendency said, do not classify that credit as a bad credit.
Así que te voy a dar un tiempo para que
So I
absorbas
will give you some time for you to absorb this or take this on.
eso. ¿Y por qué se pudo hacer eso?
And why was this possible? Well, for one side, banks had the solidity to be able to withstand this. But during that period, there was not a single depositor that had to pay 100% of their interest rates, which had an impact in the banks. So in the end, each country had to come to a decision. Who's going to withstand the costs?
¿Qué hacemos, por ejemplo? Dos cosas, ¿no?
Now, regarding the other topic, one reference,
Aquí son 5 años también.
this is 5-year reference that is requested here in the banking institution in Panama.
Sí, efectivamente, ¿no? O sea, si yo hace 4 años saqué
If 4 years ago I had my credit reference, for example, for Esteban, and I have this in my file, and now I'm requesting a 5-year reference, then I'm going to have a term of more than 5 years. But that will also depend on the level of competition that we have in our markets. Why? Because a client that has good 5-year good credit,
irnos al extremo, ¿no?
and if we bring this to the other side of the coin, if we have one with a poor credit,
Todos los bancos le van a decir que
it is not a client where every bank is going to deny
mercado bancario
the credit. I don't know the level of competition in Chile, but we have 41 banks in Panama with general license, but they do not all participate in the same market niche.
a lo mejor ese cliente que tiene
But maybe that client that has had a 5-year good credit standing, but a couple of years at the beginning, he had a problem. Maybe out of the 41 banks, maybe 5 will consider to offer that credit. But if we didn't have 40 banks and we only had 3, maybe none of the 3 would consider this individual for a credit.
al tema de que
So it goes beyond
qué tan consolidado puede
how goes beyond the aspect of the level of competition and how consolidated those banks are in the market. The other aspect are credit cards for enterprises.
honestamente, bueno, habría una opción que sería decir, bueno, no pueden dar.
There should be an option to say, well, we will not issue credit cards, and that will be a very exaggerated decision. It goes back to financial education. The easiest thing in the world is to spend money. And when you have a small little plastic card that you can use,
Pero bueno,
it becomes even easier.
alguien te tiene que controlar.
But someone needs to be able to control that. And that person that needs to control after the age of 18 is yourself. That is the person that should control.
Yo pienso que lo que
It is easier said than done. We need to educate individuals and let them know that this is just not just a fire and forget,
a preocupar de lo que tiene que
where I'm no longer going to be concerned of repayment.
el último tema que es el tema de las pymes.
The last topic regarding SMEs,
Las pymes tienen
SMEs
dificultades para conseguir,
do face difficulties in having access to credit,
pero sabemos que son súper
but we do know that they are very important in the system. I have had experience offering credit to SMEs, and my experience was very poor.
que los clientes fueran
My experience wasn't bad because the clients were bad. It was bad because SMEs have certain repayment characteristics that are different from formal enterprises. SMEs have a
Entonces nosotros nos encontramos
single
que
money pocket, the money pocket for the owner and the money pocket for the company. Once we offer credit for someone that would sell empanadas. And let's not talk about profitability. Let's talk about the risk. In the first month, that individual will have problems with the engine of the vehicle that will help him commute and sell the empanadas. And it doesn't mean that that vehicle was simply used to commute and sell his product, but he uses it for his daily life activity. So that month, unfortunately, he won't pay because he had to repair the engine.
Y no te digo,
But it goes beyond that.
me da vergüenza.
I don't repay, and I don't tell you that I won't repay because I feel ashamed that I don't have the possibility of repayment. So the topic here
Pero yo sé
is a topic in which I do not have an answer to.
formal.
But with formal regulation, like a formal enterprise with 750 employees and audited by a recognized accounting auditors, then I know that it will be different. SMEs needed to have a different regulation, or maybe entities that have the capacity to be able to offer credit to SMEs using a different mindset, understanding that yes, it could be a good business. However, it's not a business of how we measure the profitability of a banking institution. Maybe certain countries have answer to this, maybe providing differentiated support. And I bring this to the table because we need to go back and review these different challenges that we have. I want to build on because I just noticed Bruno looking at the watch. There are two things important of what you just mentioned. And we have carried out several studies. The only way to reactivate the economy is not through the state, it's through the private sector. Number two, there is some type of discrimination against, not against SMEs, but against the informal economy. These individuals who have informal economies, it is very difficult for them to have access to credit. Why can't they have access to credit? It's because to have access to credit, you needed to abide to different regulations. Here in Panama, we have a very unique situation. Just 6 or 7 years ago, and I know this by hand, very close to me because someone shared this with me. They carried out a business where they offered credit through a phone system. The amount that they offered as a credit was no higher or no larger than 100. And they started this business. When we went back to the regulation, it stated that this individual, it's not receiving money, so it cannot be regulated by the banking. We need to wend it to the Chamber of Commerce because we wanted to explain to the Chamber of Commerce that we need a regulation. And what called our attention is that the best payers are those from informal economy. We're talking about loans of no higher than $100. But there is discrimination, of course there is, and we're working on this. And the only way for an economy to be able to refreshen and reactivate is through the private sector. Many times there is a fine line between public policy and just being a politician, and that is a problem.
Muy bien, entiendo, son las 10:58.
I understand that it's 10:58.
Muy rápida para
We have another question that we can swiftly answer. I would suggest to ask all the questions one after the other, and then you just answer. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe just provide a general answer. Thank you very much. I would like to greet you all. I wasn't able to be part of yesterday's session. I just want to highlight the topic regarding digital security and the great need of us that we have in digital transformation of our countries. When we talk about digital transformation, we usually link this to digital security. And when we speak about digital security, we also address the possibility to include a great number of individuals. I go back to the aspect that the most important factor is the human factor, and we cannot break that linkage. For Costa Rica, it has been a great challenge. For example, back in 2018, I don't have the numbers prior to 2018, but in 2018, we managed data of 141,000 terabytes for the country. We have 2 telephones per inhabitant, and the management of terabyte is the consumption of data for Central America itself. So that makes us think or consider that in each sector, in a cross-sectional manner, private sector and all of the sectors makes us think that we need to be able to treat the development of telecommunication, 5G, digital transformation, and digital security that comes together.
I believe that when I heard you talk about banking and finances, we need to think about deregulating. So there is a commitment, well, more than a commitment, a challenge to find a way to advance in the digital transformation. And hand in hand with the digital transformation, we have financial education for all the SMEs and all vulnerable people can have access to the banking sector. We shall not look at it as a sector that does not need the attention because it's not going to give the same profit as a big sector. I believe that it is important to think that we need to reach 100% of the population. That is on the financial sector. I believe this is a challenge. It is a challenge. And it goes hand in hand with the digital security that we were talking about before. On the other hand, on justice, I believe that we have another great challenge because we cannot ignore the fact that technology moves quick. And we cannot say either, okay, let's just take a break for whenever we have greater security. No, together with the digital transformation and security, we need to work on the criminalization, moving towards justice, and the revision of the evidence in the processes. And that becomes a challenge for the justice as well. And when we talk about the mistakes along the way and what happens if we lose the evidence, we need to talk about a chain of custody, a digital chain of custody. If we base on a digital chain of custody, we have the elements to say if that party is providing legitimate evidence or not. These are extremely huge challenges. And I just wanted to add my comments. I come from the private sector, and I have been part of the private sector and the chamber sectors for the last 20 years. And we need to look at the digital transformation as an opportunity to work on that inclusion immediately. We cannot wait because remember, technology will not wait for us. Thank you. Okay, let us continue. Yes, one last question. And this question is to take advantage of the opportunity that we have a Microsoft representative. I've had the opportunity to read about the digital crime unit in Microsoft. And starting from the base that Microsoft is a great company with a different technology, security, and service products, Microsoft handles an important number of telemetries. How can the DR receive support from these specialists that will help to prosecute the cybercrime? Thank you. Okay, let us continue with the questions and then we can answer the questions, just to be practical. I'm sorry, interpreter cannot hear.
Disculpen, sí. Quería preguntarles,
Okay.
poniendo un poquito
I apologize. I just have a question related to the previous interventions. We are comparing two worlds that seem to be the same, but they are not. The banking world, the financing world, the new technologies, etc., and the world of public institutions, the world of justice, etc. And you shared a very good news. I don't remember who did. Someone said that technologies are speaking among themselves, speaking about new technologies, IA, and that foresees a better future, a more human future. However, when we dialogue with the institutional world and the technology world, that is not that easy because that is a different rationale. We come from different logics and rationales from institutions, the legal and new technology worlds. Now, the banking world, you have been establishing very clear processes for many, many years on what you want to digitalize, and that is not the case for the public institutions world. We have a great disorder among ourselves. And my worry, my concern is that the new technology is a great opportunity to make permanent good practices, good processes, but that can stabilize bad practices or bad processes. So how can we build together new processes that must support these new technologies? And I believe that is one of the challenges. When we create norms, standards, and processes, we can do it together. So we can bring together both rationales or both mindsets. Yes, I would like to thank all the panelists, and I would like to go back to the criminalization of the cyberspace. And given the fact that this is a new setting where we are moving in, where enterprises are moving in, what is the role of the enterprise, of the business, to boost or to push a cybersecurity culture? And I am not only speaking internally, I'm not only speaking about the corporate social responsibility, I'm speaking as a citizen. How can we be responsible of the risk for citizens? This is nothing new. Yesterday, I said that we always need to bring cybersecurity to regular security. Banks handle or they manage great or large numbers of large sums of money. They need to have security guards. They need to be secure. And that takes us back to regulations. We should have regulations for private security, on cybersecurity for those companies that expose citizens to a greater risk of becoming victims of cybercrime. Or maybe the solution is in the market. And civil society for harm, meaning that paying the consequences of not having covered the risk. And the person responsible shall not be the citizen, but the company. And that is important for technology developers, because who is going to be responsible? Will it be the bank or the software company that created that risk? And I am going to share an example. I was listening to Carlos Creus, and Carlos just tweeted a Bloomberg news from a few days ago that says Apple and Meta gave user information to hackers that pretended to be security agents. So the question is, who is responsible for that? And what is the worth of that consumer information? Because I'm sure people did not lose any money, but their data was violated, their information was violated. There is a civil responsibility. We need regulations. And what we said yesterday is, who is responsible of creating such regulations? Of course, it's not going to be the authorities of each one of the countries. It should have to be the responsibility of some kind of cyberspace security authority. It is said that enterprises bring technologies for the benefit of the consumer, but that is not always the case. And this is a lesson learned from the subprime crisis. When enterprises include assets that are just plain lies, for example, the debt of people that is not really real people, but is included in the accounting process. I have a personal example. A bank that offers insurance for a credit card or protection for a credit card. The credit card expires, is not renewed, but that insurance is still being charged. A simple technology can identify all that. However, that debt appears as an asset for the bank, and this is a debt that with just simple technology, the bank can just disregard because I am collecting for insurance of a credit card that already expired. I believe that it's not the responsibility of companies to educate citizens, but I believe that companies must assume the responsibility. If they bring in technology, they bring in risk for consumers, and that risk is the company's responsibility, not the citizen's responsibility.
Una sola pregunta para quedarme sin trabajo.
I have a question, and then I will lose my job. Because I did not hear that you said that you go to the state and to the legal power to solve any kind of issue. So what are the cases that you process or go to the state to for the criminalization? That is my question.
Esa última yo creo que se lo vamos a dejar al abogado.
I think we are going to leave the last question to the lawyer. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Among other reasons, it's because I do not think that all the legislations are ready to handle all the types of crimes and criminals that we have to deal with. So it's better just to leave it as it is because litigation is always expensive.
A mí me parece que ojalá tuviéramos más tiempo.
I wish that we had more time. And what is your name? I'm sorry? You spoke about institutions, okay?
Lo que tú has planteado es,
What you said is extremely interesting.
yo les planteo lo siguiente. ¿Ustedes creen que en los países
Do you think,
qué debería funcionar mejor?
what do you think should work best in countries? The private or the public sector? I would go for the public sector. The public sector should work better than the private sector. In my world, in my ideal world, in my ideal country, the public sector should be the best manager, the best administrator, the most efficient, the most capable with the state-of-the-art technology. And then the rest can come after the public sector. Now I go to my colleague from Chile.
Puede hacer un regulador si nosotros
What can a regulator do if we, that work in the private sector, with more flexibility, because I do not know how law is in other countries, but here it is said that public officials can only do what the law allows, and the private sector cannot do what the law prohibits. So if we are in the private sector and we have that level of flexibility and we are so so behind in so many things. What can we say about regulators? So we are in Parlatino. Here you represent the legislators of all the Latin American countries. And as a citizen, I speak right now, not like the chair of the banking association. I'm speaking as a citizen. Why a high percentage of new legislative initiatives in Panama, at least in Panama, are to tell the private sector, this is how you should function. Because this is how we can develop the country faster. Okay, so where are the laws for the public sector to work better and more efficient? For example, is my home is a mess. Why am I going to criticize my neighbor's home? Now, I'm exaggerating. I'm not saying that the private sector doesn't have any qualities. Okay, there are so many things that we have to improve, of course. However, I believe that the first thing is that the public sectors should work with the highest level of efficiency, transparency, technology, enabling. And this is something that you mentioned, the IG. It's not that we are not doing anything. And this takes us back to the fact that, yes, we need regulations, because there are things that are so complicated that we cannot just not have regulations. However, who is going to create the regulation? Who is going to monitor the regulations when the public sector cannot even handle the load they already have? So I would introspect in the public sectors to find a way to make them better.
Política que hay alrededor, etcétera,
With all
etcétera.
the political burden, et cetera, I believe that is a very important task. That is why I'm bringing this to the table. It is fundamental that in our countries to start thinking about these things. I don't want to continue speaking because this is not a political conversation. I can give you the information from the Digital Crime Unit. Back in 2015, we started seeing new bot networks and attacks nationwide, and even attacks among nations. So what is the level of jurisdiction that we have over this? We have attacks that impact us in the USA and Latin America, and we have our headquarters in the USA. We wanted to create disruption in the technology that is used by those attacking networks. Maybe the emails that they use, whether they have a physical infrastructure. Some of the data centers that we have around the world, we can bring it together legally sue them in order to be able to get an answer. We have the newellium, strontium, gallium, which are networks from Korea, North Korea, Russia, and China. Those were the main ones that attacked, and newellium attacked in 2021, that attacked emails that had an impact in our countries, and it comes directly from our competition. We placed a lawsuit in order to address the situation. I can share this during the coffee break. Thank you. That's the problem when you're the last to speak. You have to speak very quickly. Regarding what Vanessa answered, we know that digital transformation is a must. Everything related to digital transformation is important to us, not only at the Chamber of International Commerce, but also at the Chamber of Industry and Agriculture here in Panama. We have Lilia Liu, an engineer responsible for digital transformation in the Chamber of Industry and the Chamber of International Commerce Panama chapter. It is important. Technology is one step ahead of the legal justice. We're currently working and we firmly believe that we need to make changes. Regarding the question issued regarding if we abide the law or not, I believe experience is important. I am not the best example if we're going to abide to ordinary law because my area of expertise is international arbitration. Law needs to abide to arbitration. When we talk about criminal law, we have the former prosecutor of the nation that is able to address the audience regarding this matter. But we need to also adhere to international conventions. For example, the Budapest Convention regarding criminal matters, we needed to do this. We needed to be able to be covered under a legal framework. Regarding the other question, I'm going to give you an example. The responsibility relies many times where the enterprise needs to educate the client. In terms of insurance, when I obtain an insurance policy to protect myself against A, B, or C, one of the exclusion factor is that the client does not fulfill the different legal aspects. And this plays an important role for the enterprise and the client. In the end, it is the client that needs to understand that the company or the client will have to cover the expenses in case they breach the insurance contract. Thank you very much.
Bueno, sin duda, este panel ha causado
Without a doubt, this panel has awakened our audience. There is a lot that needs to be said. Thank you very much for being with us this morning. We have the coffee break here with us, and if possible, let us continue with our agenda at least for 30 more minutes. We're going to move on to our next panel that's titled Citizen Participation in Cyber Safety. How can the citizens participate? Does it need to be regulated? How can citizen participation be regulated? Representative Burgos talked about this. There is an article in the model law regarding cybercrime that talks about citizen participation. We're going to address this topic during this panel. I would like to invite Katie Harbarth, Director of Technology and Democracy from the Center of Global Impact from the IRI.
ella va a estar virtual, se va a conectar.
She's going to be connected virtually. She hasn't connected yet. We have Leah Hernandez, that due to a personal situation, she has connected virtually. We have Maria Esther de Martini, from the Director of Crime Prevention, the Ministry of Public Security of Buenos Aires, Argentina. Maria. We're going to invite Ana Fabrega, our moderator for this panel, and she has a special news. Anna, in the agenda, she was, you have her as a Director of Crime Prevention from the Ministry of Public Security of Panama, but just a few days ago, she took on another role as a Deputy Director of CENIAF, which is the Secretariat of the Children, Family, and Adolescents of the Government of Panama. We are very happy because of her new appointment. I will also be part of the panel. Thank you very much. Let's wait for the rest of the parties to connect.
Buenos días a todos, gracias por acompañarnos. en la mañana
Good
de hoy.
morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us this morning. We are going to begin this panel with the title Citizen Participation. We have with us Alejo Campos, Regional Director of Crime Stoppers for the Caribbean, Bermudas, and Latin America. Virtually, we will have Katie Harbath, Director of Technology and Democracy for the Center of Global Impact of the IRI.
También nos está acompañando de manera virtual el día de hoy.
We will also have virtually Leah Patricia Hernandez. Leah is the Executive Director of the Panamanian Institute of Law and New Technologies. And we have with us Maria Esther de Martini. Maria is the representative of the Secretariat of Specialized Crime and Computing Problems in Buenos Aires, Argentina.
Si quieren empezamos con María, creo que tenías una presentación, ¿no?
Let's start with Maria. I think she has a presentation. Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Martinez, Secretary of the Computing Department and Crime Security of Buenos Aires. Thank you very much, Crime Stopper, for inviting me. For the following minutes, I am going to talk about cyberbullying. It is not considered a cybercrime because the subjects in this aspect or this crime are minors, but it has an impact of thousands of boys, girls, and adolescents around the world, impacting their personal development and the development of their character. Firstly, many of you have heard about bullying or school bullying, which is a systematic aggression from one minor to another that is in an inferior condition, whether it's physical or psychological. They will always seek the weak link. This type of aggression could be physical, shoving, hitting, verbal, with insults and aggression, excluding them from their daily activity. What we highlight in cyberbullying that is that this aggression is carried out in the virtual platform. Here, we do not need the symptomatic or the repetitive aggression because by simply uploading in the virtual world an aggression or an insult, it will in just a single time is going to have a repetitive impact in the life of the individual. It also has another element which is very important. This aggression could be carried out in an anonymous way, creating an additional layer of fear on the minor because the minor does not understand who he's receiving this aggression from. School bullying is carried out within a specific period, very well defined. It has a start and an end. It could be during the recess and usually with the people that are around the individual who's subject to bullying. In cyberbullying, we have participations of different members. This could happen anytime, any day, whether it's the weekend, during school days, or vacation period. It also included different individuals that do not even understand or know the individual who's being subject to bullying, inviting to have passive or active members. One where the active can let an adult know what is happening. In cyberbullying, we also have witnesses that move from being passive to being active when they forward or they like the posting or to even comment. They are in some way promoting or to expand the aggression. Reason why it doesn't have a fixed time frame. It can reach many individuals in a very short period, even individuals that do not know the victim who engage in this type of activities. And like I mentioned, the durability of the aggression. In terms of consequences, we know that school bullying, we do see the impact in the victim. They can be hurt, he goes away to cry or reacts to the bullying. But in cyberbullying, people tend to isolate themselves or to mask what is happening due to shame. Cyberbullying can be carried out in different ways. It could be an aggression, a comment, or it could also be the posting of intimate images, not necessarily sexual content, but intimate content that could come have been taken from a party or a meeting, something that is used against the individual to be that's going to be subject to that bullying and to make fun of that person. It creates isolation, and that isolation also creates problems in their eating habits, self-inflicting actions. And like I mentioned, this is carried out in minors. Reason why it is important to consider that it's going to have an impact in the self-esteem, their character, and the individual's development. There is a drop in their grades.
Decíamos de el anonimato provoca que
The
desconfíen
fact that this is anonymous creates mistrust from from their friends. They do not know who is behind this aggression, and they are always in a constant state of alert because of two reasons. First, because they do not know when that aggression might arrive, and second, because they do not know who is behind that. It generates anxiety and levels of panic that could lead to self-harm and, on extreme cases, suicide. Like the case, or the three emblematic cases, Audrey and Daisy, and Amanda. I am quickly going to share these examples. Maybe you heard these because this was one of the first cases cases of suicide. She was the victim of a grooming, school harassment, and cyberbullying. Amanda was from Canada, and in 2009, she started using the social media to connect to people. She becomes friend with a person. They start a relationship, and right in the midst of this relationship, later on we found out, or it was found that this person was 32-year-old man, and he started asking for intimate pictures. Later on, this person threatens her that if she doesn't send a private video dancing, he was going to publish the photos. She doesn't send the video, and this person publishes a picture of her breast in a Facebook group. In that group, this person includes all her friends and family members and people from the school institution that she was going to. Because of that, she tries to end her life. She drinks bleach, and then she is hospitalized. She moves out from the state. After that, Amanda continues using social media, and she becomes friend with another person. She starts a relationship online, and this boy tells her that he has a girlfriend, but they could be friends. She accepts, but then she falls in love. One day, she gets a message from someone asking her to come out of the school. And then once she comes out, she meets with the girlfriend of that boy. She's beaten up. And then she hides, and then she's found by her father. Then there is another suicide attempt. She goes to the hospital and she recovers. Then she changes school by the third time, and the picture of the man that published her breast, published the pictures again. Remember, these started back in 2009. From 2009 all the way through 2012, she suffered harassment, aggression, extortion, and from this person, and coercion from all her friends. And before she ended her life, she recorded a video in YouTube. You can find it still. And with those pieces of paper, she tells her story. She never shows her body, she never shows her face, and she doesn't even speak. She communicates through these notes. A month after the publication of this video, she ended with her life. Then we have the case of Audrey and Daisy. Audrey Pott and Daisy Coleman. This is a documentary you can find in Netflix. These are two girls with a similar story. Back from 2012, they are 14 and 15 years of age. Audrey goes out with her friends to a party, and she's raped by several of her friends. That rape was videotaped or recorded, I apologize, and then published in social media. And that made her receive the messages from her friends and people she didn't even know. And a week later, she ends with her life. Daisy goes to a party with her brother's friends, and their friends rape her and record everything. After that aggression, videos are published, and Daisy is able to recover. She moves on, and she creates an organization to help victims of sexual assaults. And with Audrey's mom, they create this documentary where they expose everything, what happened, to family testimonies, friends' testimonies, because this is not only suffered by the victim, but also by the family members. Now, Daisy gets better, but in August 2020, Daisy commits suicide. And this has long-term consequences, and many times with irreversible damage. I want to share some statistics with you. Cyberbullying is something new, and these are statistics by UNESCO in 2019. 1 out of 10 children worldwide is a victim of cyberbullying. The victims usually range from 12 to 14 years of age, and 63% of them are girls. The reasons for this discrimination and aggression is, first, physical aspects, race and religion. Of course, there's discrimination that we are not aware of the damage, and subjects of harassment and or cyberbullying tend or are usually are at risk of having premature sexual intercourse and drink alcohol. We have the Kiva case in Finland. This was one of the first systems utilized and applied, eliminating 80% of cyberbullying and school bullying. And the other was reduced by 20%. Then we have the TI from Spain and the Bullying No Way from Australia. Kiva system, I am going to focus on this with the greatest outcome at a global level, and it works together with the 3 pillars: children and adolescents, school institutions, and parents working together as a team. Bullying can be tackled in a safer and so everyone knows the problems. Because if the parents are not aware of the situation, the same thing happens with school institutions.
Terminando las recomendaciones, nosotros desde la Fiscalía de la Ciudad
Okay, on recommendations from the prosecution's office, we have prosecutors to school. We go to different school institutions in the city, and we speak with parents and members of the school and with the minors of school age. And we want parents or teachers to pay attention to a change of behavior or attitude. Usually, as I mentioned before, they lower their grades, they become isolated, they become quiet, and we must pay attention to that change. And once you identify that, a safe space must be created and follow up on that. It requires a follow-up because this aggression, the humiliation persists through time. It is extremely important. We must teach them that their values, the values they have in the real life, in the real connections must be used in social media. Sometimes people feel that because they are anonymous, they can do things that they wouldn't do in the real world. Behind the screen, we have real people, and we must be aware of the seriousness of our actions. We must be empathetic or sympathetic, and we teach about the values. And something we recommend, whenever we use devices or phones, make sure you do it in common areas in the house, not in your room behind closed doors. That way, we can monitor our children, not in an intrusive way, but also giving them their space to have their freedom online. And for children and adolescents, we always say that if they are victims of cyberbullying, they must tell an adult. And of course, if they are victims of grooming, of child sexual exploitation, or any other cyber crime, they must always tell an adult. Their social media must be private. That is fundamental, because otherwise anyone can follow them. They will sharing their lives, images, and someone mentioned this yesterday. Many times, parents say, don't talk to strangers, the usual, don't speak to strangers. And here they speak to strangers all the time without knowing that, they accept someone because they have someone in common, okay, a friend in common, but that doesn't mean that person is your friend. Even though you have a friend in common, you are not cooler because you have more followers. And for them, it is important to be popular or not, and that is important in their development, but we must explain all that. And everything you do in the virtual world has real consequences. Behind that cell phone, there is a real person that suffers, that feels pain because of your actions. And just like in the private world, don't do in the virtual world what you wouldn't do in your real life. You would never leave the doors open in your house and let everyone come in, let anyone get into your car and see where you are vacationing or where you're going. And this is just a call not only for virtual crime, but also for kidnapping, extortion, theft. You let them know, you share exactly where you're at what time, with your friends, and this is very dangerous. People just share their location, and if you help, if you like, or if you retweet, or if you share a publication, you become part of that aggression. Without that, cyberbullying wouldn't exist. And wrapping up, I like to close with this quote: education is the most powerful tool that you can use to change the world. Nelson Mandela. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por compartir.
Thank you very much for sharing. Very interesting. We are now going to open the floor to Katie, who's connected virtually. Katie, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you so much for having me today. I hope you can hear me okay. If not, have the tech people chat me and I'll try to take care of it. It's so nice to be with you today, and I wanted to chat a little bit about a topic that I'm familiar about and work on a lot here at the International Republican Institute, which is that around disinformation. And I wanted to share today some trends that I am seeing in this space that I think is important to think about as we continue to look at how to combat mis and disinformation online. The first thing I want to share is that tracking and monitoring disinformation is getting harder. We are seeing not only the continuation of people using big tech platforms like Facebook, Google, Twitter, and YouTube, but they are also starting to use messenger services more, such as WhatsApp and Telegram. You also are starting to see more people using things such as live audio spaces or Clubhouse. And you're also seeing many more people also using things such as podcasts. By having so many fronts of potential disinformation, this makes it much harder to monitor what is happening and think about how to combat it. In addition, we are really looking at as well types of things around the fact that we need to look at future technologies that are being created right now, whether that is things around cryptocurrency, the metaverse, artificial intelligence, artificial reality and virtual reality, Web3, many of the things that Silicon Valley and the tech world is moving to, or else we also need to continue to think about these problems of the present and how disinformation is being shared amongst all of these different platforms. At the same time, too, we need to be thinking about how do we build resiliency amongst the 3 billion people that have yet to get online. What we are seeing is, as part of all of this, is that bad actors are starting to really use a lot of these different platforms to spread their disinformation. They are doing a much better job of trying to look like real individuals, as well as also capitalizing on polarizing topics that people are talking about already. For instance, we're seeing this a lot right now in terms of Russia and Ukraine, where this is not just an issue of misinformation going into Ukraine or what is happening in Russia. We were seeing that information being spread in places like Latin America, Africa, and Asia as well. That is very important to think about, as well as how to combat. And so as we are thinking about many of these different things and what we need to do, I would recommend a few different things in which to think about and be prepared for. One is to think about how you are best to be able to monitor what is happening across all these different platforms in terms of social media. There are some tools that many journalists have, such as ones called CrowdTangle. There are also many wonderful fact checkers and stuff that do this information already and can help you to monitor and track this. Two, make sure to not just be thinking about foreign interference, but what is happening domestically. There are many agencies and others that can be hired to spread disinformation on behalf of whether it is campaigns and others that is happening. And it is important to be monitoring not just what is happening from overseas, but what is happening in your own backyard. Be thinking about your own communication strategy and how you can, the best sometimes combat to disinformation is to get actual real information out there and to call out the fact that people are trying to spread disinformation. This is a lesson that we definitely learned from the Russian invasion into Ukraine, is that being transparent from the beginning and trying to help people to understand how to identify the disinformation that might be happening is important to try to help to combat it. Next, I would recommend that you look at not how things that might be happening around the world could be spreading in your area and how they might be being adapted. For instance, I've already talked about a lot about what is happening in Ukraine and Russia. But what we are seeing, though, is in other parts of the world, is that message is not necessarily trying to justify Russia's invasion, but is more talking about anti-US sentiment and other things that they are trying to be polarized on. So I'd highly recommend that you think about those things as well. The other thing is to be looking at all the different formats and ways that you can be pushing this out. So it might be through traditional media of talking about this. It might be through your social media platforms. It could be in rallies and campaigns of thinking about this, but all of that is very important. And the last thing I would say too is just definitely work with the tech companies on this. Many of them are already doing fantastic work in trying to help to combat some of these efforts, whether it's taking down coordinated inauthentic behavior, providing safety tools for people to understand how to stay safe on the platform, and how to try to prevent harassment and those things as well. So those would be some of the things that I would recommend. I really appreciate your time today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Katie. Thanks for your intervention. Vamos a darle la
Thank you,
palabra.
Katie. Thank you for your intervention. We will now open the floor to Leah Patricia Hernandez,
Que nos acompaña de manera virtual hoy.
who is connected virtually.
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es María Hernández, soy directora ejecutiva de Ipandetec, una organización sin fines de lucro basada en la ciudad de Panamá.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of echo. One moment, please.
Y la correcta regulación en
I work for Ipandetec, the Panamanian Institute of Law and New Technologies. We focus on a digital right in Central America. From our organization and the work that we have carried out for more than 10 years now, we are aware that the creation of spaces of dialogue is important, where we are able to hear the different stakeholders regarding what we are doing in order to combat the criminalization of cyberspace. The previous panel was talking about the private sector, but it is not solely on the responsibility of the private sector, but also the public sector. We need to create awareness, and we can work with the civil society in order to raise awareness in our citizens regarding different threats that we have in the cyberspace. Threats that unfortunately in many of our countries are not very well classified. Reason why it is almost impossible to monitor and to collaborate with the authorities in a legal context. Here in Ipandetec, we believe that the cybersecurity in Latin America has different levels of evolution. From a study carried out and finished in 2021 regarding the state of cybersecurity in Latin America, we were able to have significant outcomes that we were able to identify that it varies from one country to another. For example, Panama, that has an infrastructure in telecommunications that we do not see in other countries in the region. This country has a level of maturity that is very low in terms of cybersecurity. And the different attacks that this country has because of its strategic geographic position, because of the ports and the multinational organizations that we have here in the country, and the maritime in a way, as the Panama Canal is very important for us to develop a infrastructure that could better protect that cyberspace. As we look into other countries, we know that the state or the phase they are in the level of maturity changes. From the civil society, we believe that only working together, we are able to achieve more. As civil society, we raise awareness. However, to raise awareness, we need to work with the government and the private sector. It is the government that should promote the adequate public policies regarding cybersecurity and the private sector, because many of the enterprises from this private sector do have the solutions for this. Cybersecurity is not only to have a cybersecurity policies is not only to have cutting edge technologies. This is just part of the problem. In order to tackle the problem as a whole, we need to work together. As the work that we carried out at elementary level, high school level, and how we educate SMEs in order to people to be respectful for that civil and social security culture. We need this in our countries of Central America. Focusing specifically on the company that I represent today, we understand that this is mandatory. We believe that it is important to continue to collaborate hand in hand with the public and private sector, along with civil society. We needed to train and to provide the tools at a very young age at elementary school regarding how important their personal identity is and how they're going to share their personal identity and information in different cyberspace. Most of the victims of cyberbullying do not have protection. Many of those who are subject to cyberbullying are minors, and these minors need to be protected. Therefore, let's give them the tools and knowledge and this build capacities in order for these minors to be prepared in situations of cyberbullying. Here in Ipandetec, we do provide training of what we call the culture of privacy, which is culture of privacy should not be limited to the state to dictate these courses. We know that private culture starts with prevention. Prevention that goes hand in hand with what you share or to stop sharing, what you upload or download in a cyberspace or through digital mean. And what you want to promote or not in a digital platform. We provide different tools and programs freely for individuals to be trained in how to better use and to identify if they are dual identification. Simple things such as two-factor authentication will decrease the problem. So these are just small steps that we can all do as citizens in order to see the difference and for our countries to evolve and mature in terms of cybersecurity. Remember that this level of maturity does not solely rely on the state. It's combined collaborative work with public sector, private sector, the technical communities, the citizens, the technological entities or bodies are very important because they have the know-how. Reason why we need to have them in these type of forms, because they have the know-how of the AI and the metaverse. I am open to receive any questions regarding the work that we carry out. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be part and to represent the civil society of Panama.
Muchas gracias, Lía, por tu participación.
Leah, thank you for your participation and thank you for your important contribution. Now let us close this session, giving the word to Alejo. Alejo, please go ahead. Thank you for the coordination and thank you for planning this activity. Thank you, Ana. Thank you for accepting this invitation. I know that you are in a transition phase. And I want to quickly share, as part of the citizens' participation, what it is that we are doing so you can disseminate and see how you can implement it in other countries. Crime Stoppers is an organization that is born inside the United States Police Department over 47 years ago, and we aim to create a safe bridge between the citizens and authorities. The population with a 70% of information that is not shared with authorities. Why is that? Maybe out of fear. And in other countries, maybe if it's not because of fear, it's just they don't want to be involved in an investigation process, to be called to be witnesses or to testify. So it's easier just to look the other way and not share the information. At the end, it's 70% of information that is not reaching authorities. And the competent authorities, be it the prosecution office, the police department, customs, financial analysis unit for other countries, they need this information in order to act. And people or the citizens only share. When I talk about citizens, I'm also including the private sector represented here, not as a legal entity. They do not share that information, and this is something that was clearly stated, because they fear the harm of their reputation. And now in that 70%, I'm including a natural person and a legal person. So they only share 30% of the information, and the citizenship or the citizens ask the competent authorities to solve 100% of the insecurity problems they have in their countries. So really, the balance is not that great. We have different anonymous denouncement platforms for citizens or the private sector. And can we enter the platform for Panama, please? This information reaches the competent authorities automatically. We are using digital tools and the cyberspace to turn it into something positive so people can share information. I call it a denouncement. I have a lot of lawyers and prosecutors here. Of course, we call it denouncement to be easily understood by citizens, because it is easier for citizens to understand that this is a report, that this is intelligence, this is information. That's why we use the term denouncement. Now, if we can go to the link that says denounce or report, these are all the crimes, possible criminal facts or actions that are happening. And for each one of those crimes, there is a specific form with specific questions, and those questions were created working with the specialized prosecutor's office or the competent specialized authority or the police department. They work on the questions, and we ask the authorities what it is that you want to ask this informant if you had it in front of you. And each authority has its own form. We adapted to a digital rationale, and here you can see the user experience report. Let's click on any of those, please. Domestic violence. That's a new one. Okay. Here you can see the steps to be followed as if we purchased something online. It's pretty easy because people nowadays, after COVID, people is pretty used to use forms for pretty much everything. We still use forms to go into countries, to travel, for PCR, for vaccination. So we are used to use digital forms, step-by-step forms. So people must complete this information. They must have or they must share a lot of information. And this is how we want it, because there's no point for authorities to say, okay, this is a domestic violence report. Someone saying, okay, in front of me, there's domestic violence. There's no point of getting 100 of these reports. We need the information, and people have that information. They just need to be guided on how to share it. These are mandatory questions because we need quality and not quantity information, because we need to follow up, we need to monitor, and then we have wrong statistics because then we can say the Office Against Domestic Violence is getting 1,000 reports and we only have one success case. But out of the 1,000 reports, 999 were pointless, because who really wants to share something because they want to share it goes through all the steps, fills out the form, and send that information. And that's the kind of information that we really want. This is how to use the forms. The panel is on the citizenship participation and how the citizens can participate, can be part, can engage in these actions. And in most of these forms, I believe this is something I mentioned yesterday with the prosecutor from Argentina and the deputy from Paraguay at dinner. In all these forms, we have the first question: who is the suspect? We need the name, the last name. You share whatever information you have on the suspect. The social media on the suspect. Does the suspect have Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, whatever you know they have? And people enter that information. And this is something that we have in almost all the forms. For example, when we talk about drug dealing, in what social media the drugs are being sold. E-commerce is being used to sell illicit commerce. And there is another question that links and asks in what social media the product is being sold. For example, smuggle cigarettes, beverages, alcoholic beverages, medication. And this is something that we have in every form, and this has helped us to advance investigations, because sometimes it's more difficult or slower to be able to connect a person to the social media, because in social media, they can use whatever name they want. They can post whatever they want. And there's a lot of people that do know the person's social media. So this is an open book of information for investigation units in the police or prosecution office. And this has helped us to move forward investigations, because in social media, in this case, for the good of authorities, the possible criminals have almost their entire structure. We just need to follow up and we can get access to that. For human trafficking, more victims are being recruited for human trafficking through social media, especially through Instagram or Facebook, where people are being recruited and then they become victims of social media. There are a lot of coyotes, depending on the country, that usually work on illegal migration, and they do their publicity through social media. So all the forms have been updated so in a way that people can share information, and it is extremely effective. We always tell the citizens that they must be part of the construction, the security of the place they live in. It doesn't matter if this is a city, a small town, or a country. Everyone must participate. There is a citizenship co-responsibility. Security is not exclusive to authorities. They do their part, of course. Citizens must do their part. The private sector should do their part. International entities and NGOs, they must do their other part. And the solution, the way out, is when everyone works together. What's the responsibility of the citizenship? The solution is not to buy illegal arms, not even legal arms. That is another conversation. Let's focus on illegal arms. You don't have to buy illegal arms to feel safer when you use it, because you will use it at some point, and that arm is going to kill someone. The solution is not either to create self-defense armed groups like it happened in Mexico a few years ago. Those groups are illegal, and many times we can see neighborhoods in our region And participation is about sharing information, sharing what you know, because it's impossible to send a police officer to each home. That will never happen. And this is not related to public policy or national budgeting. It's just unfeasible. We cannot do it. So, who is in each home, in each corner? We are as citizens. Who is at the entry of every business? The business owner. They should have this co-responsibility, sharing information with authorities. Are you afraid? Well, you can use platforms like the ones we promote, and we've been promoted for over 40 years worldwide, where you can share this information. And in this way, we can close the circle and we transform it in a virtuous circle that can really support the topics on construction of security. A lot of crimes can be reported or denounced. Of course, we have been forced to adapt ourselves to include social media and other communication platforms in the forms that we use in order to facilitate the information and complement the information we are getting. This is just in a nutshell what we do and the way the organization is moving. And this started in a very makeshift way 40 years ago inside the FBI in Albuquerque, New Mexico, USA. And this is a way of citizenship participation of the social media back then. After a big homicide, the FBI did not have any leads. And they placed boxes in the pharmacies, in the corners, in different places. And through social media or communication means, TV, radio, they ask people that if they have information on the case, to please share that information anonymously. They didn't care who shared that information. They just needed the information. When they opened the boxes, they found the necessary information to get to the murders. And the most important aspect of this process is that a great deal of information was discovered. They were completely oblivious because they did not have the human capability, less technological back then, to get to each one of the corners or streets in the city. And that created the need to bring together the citizens to authorities to share information. And from there, this is born. 45 years later, we use digital platforms, we use apps and call centers worldwide, capturing these anonymous citizenship information. And this is what I wanted to share with you, Ana, today as part of a solution, part of a tool that's working, and it's becoming very active in Panama. It's yielding very good results in Panama. And one of the cases, and now that we speak about children, it was an 8-year-old girl, and thanks to an anonymous citizen's report in a area here in Carrasquilla, this was made public. This little girl was being abused and prostituted by her own mother in the back of her home. They had a small business. And an anonymous citizen started sending the information, and it even sent a video. Authorities quickly acted, and the girl was saved. The mother got 16 years in prison, and that was a life that we were able to save. And these kinds of reports are the reports that really bring a smile to our face, because reports of smuggling, money laundering, drug dealing, this is something that can save someone's life, in this case of a little girl. And I believe that we should not waste that opportunity. If we have information that could save someone's life, it's not ethical, it's not just, it's not human to just keep that information. We have to share that information.
If possible, I would like to share. Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for bringing the cyberbullying to the topic. This is they mean people do not treat this as a crime because we usually see minors in cyberbullying, but it was an adult that led that child into the situation where she was subject to cyberbullying. It is important to classify this as a crime when we identify that there was an adult involved. It's important to update the Crime Stopper classification. Regarding the three pillars that you talked about, there's a third element, which is the state where we have an adult. The state should be involved when there is an adult involved in cyberbullying. We had a similar situation back in Chile where we had a child that committed suicide because she was subject to a cyberbullying, and she was subject to the cyberbullying through an adult. I remember that campaign back in Chile, and I remember the parents started the campaign. In the case of Amanda Todo, we see several elements. Number one, cyberbullying, but it was also the grooming, extortion, and here the prosecutor's office, they worked on this report when we were able to identify the aggressor, which was an adult. But we have other individuals that use other identification, and that is we handle this differently in Buenos Aires, Argentina. In order to be processed as an adult, you need to be 18 and over. In the prosecutor's office, what we do is that we bring the parents to the office along with the child. We explain the situation. We convey to the parents and the minor that we had started a legal process against the act of cyberbullying. Many times the parents have zero idea of what their children are doing with the telephone device. So here we need to raise awareness, talk with the parents, let the parents know what happened. I think we have another question from our audience. The floor is yours. Yes, hello everyone. Maria Esther or Alejo, maybe you can answer this question. I want to address the topic on cyberbullying. Is there any way to systematize the patterns, like early warnings, early detection, specifically in school grounds? Because many times we transfer the responsibility to parents and teachers. The teachers act in a very empirical way. 80% of teachers have zero idea of what's going on or even what's happening in their own classrooms. Is there any way to identify those pattern of exchange of information? For example, at this time, we see this pattern where this information is being shared in the school campus or among campuses. And who is deemed responsible of having this type of monitoring system? Would it be the police, prosecutors? And should they need to be specialized in working with children? Who would be behind these monitoring systems? Thank you very much, Diego, for your question. In cases like this, it's not completely linear. It is true that it has certain characteristics in the child. We see a drop in grades. The child completely isolates him or herself. We are able to identify that the child is perceived with a lot of sadness. He or she looks dull. Those are different features that we have identified as a common features in a child that's being subject to cyberbullying. Another thing is that the child will express that his tummy hurts and he or she doesn't want to go to school. We have a child back in Spain at the age of 8. It's a recent case where he stopped going to school because he's having an upset stomach. He wasn't feeling well. Indirectly, you will find a signal from that child, and the parent needs to be able to interpret that sign or signal. The education ministry, working along with the educational institution, needed to be able to develop or draft a program with different providing guidance in how to act in face of some situation like this. In Michael Hammond, there is a school where they implemented a cyberbullying program or a program to tackle cyberbullying, and they have seen an enormous drop of cyberbullying in the school. And they don't work only with professors or teachers, but they also work directly with parents. They interviewed the author of the program in this school, and what they have identified is that the parent of the culprit of cyberbullying takes some time for them to accept that their child is the person who is inflicting this type of harm. But it is also important to work with the perpetrator, the child that is committing the cyberbullying act, because many times they don't understand the harm. In the US, we have something called Crime Stopper Kids. It's basically what I presented to you today, but it has a different format. It's more like a child or a children format. We have a list of the most wanted, even for children, but it's a different portal, a different website. It uses a very simple language. You see cartoony figures, and the child is able to identify where the problem starts, whether it's a school, home, or neighborhood. The child clicks there, and then they are able to identify different crimes, and that child files a report. And they do this in a very playful manner. The other thing that I want to go back is to what Maria mentioned, because this is a real problem. And we can't just wait for public policies to be issued. We need to understand the reality and the reality within that environment that this cyberbullying is happening. All of the symptoms that you just detailed and listed of a child that is subject to cyberbullying in the Latin America or the Latin American triangle has a different name. It's a gang. It's usually given the name of gang activity because the child feels threatened, the child feels intimidated, and they don't want to go out because he or she feels that he's going to be attacked by someone, even though the attack is from a different source. Or they're in a situation where their older brother does not go out of the house because he has some type of tag on him that once he's outside and identified by the police officer, he might be detained. So this is all related to gang activity. Many children are being pushed and obligated or forced for them to walk into school carrying cocaine or different type of drugs. And these are the children that will later threaten the principals and the teachers of the educational institute. I think Mr. Chang wants to address the audience. Thank you very much, Anna. Good afternoon, everyone. When I hear all of your experiences from Maria Esther and so on, I remind myself the importance of drafting public policies in order to tackle this cybercrime. But beyond the public policies, we also need to change our focus, which should be saving the life of that child. Yes, yesterday I spoke to several representatives at the table, and I said to them how difficult it is when we are appointed into a public position. How do we bring these realities that we see in our neighborhoods, our families, and how do we bring this in the drafting of public policies? If it is difficult for us as adults, it's difficult to accept when we are subject to cyberbullying. Imagine the coping system of a child or an adolescent. It's harder. So we need to come together, work together, collaborate in order to be able to tackle that cybercrime and those who are actors in the cybercrime, whether it's in a passive or an active way. The ministry that I represent, we are responsible of developing a good digital culture. Number one, it's important to identify if we have any programs from different countries, from any countries that could later share their lessons learned from any guide that they have for good digital culture to share this with other countries. Here in Ecuador, where we have certain areas or zones that don't have access to internet, we send these individuals to places where there is internet access, and we train them in how to use the internet adequately and how to protect themselves. And by doing this, we are creating a digital culture, or a good digital culture. We would like for Ecuador to also be part of that system of denouncement or filing complaints regarding cybercrime. Yes, in Buenos Aires, in the province of Buenos Aires, the Ministry of Education does have programs to combat, or not to combat, the school harassment or cyberbullying, because this is very new. But we do have protocols of how to act at a educational level to avoid discrimination and to collaborate. But we do know that we needed to include cybercrime and cyberbullying, even though once again, we do have some programs that provide some action plans. Children file a report, they share their fears, they share what they are living at a school grounds. And we also have a program online where they can file reports.
Que tengan conocimiento de la investigación que se llevó a cabo y de la tarea. Pero así precisamente de ciberbullying hay muchas asociaciones civiles, que sí, Argentina Cibersegura, y muchas ONGs también destinadas a esto. Pero me parece, coincido con lo que usted dijo, que hay que darle también un enfoque.
This is your interpreter speaking. The interpreters will be out for a 10-minute break. We apologize any inconvenience.
Ya te respondo a lo tuyo, pero antes quería decir algo. Este foro es criminalización del ciberespacio. Y en este panel estamos hablando de criminalización del ciberespacio y hemos introducido, casi que se dio solo el tema de los niños y de las niñas como foco de la discusión. Les quiero poner dos ejemplos que están sucediendo hoy en día en El Salvador. También suceden en Guatemala a través de las pandillas, ya sea la MS-13 o la del barrio 18. Es una estructura piramidal. Esa estructura piramidal en la base tiene algo que se llama colaboradores. ¿Colaboradores quiénes son? Somos todos, voluntarios o involuntarios, queramos o no queramos. Si yo vivo en el territorio de esa clica, yo automáticamente soy un colaborador. No quiere decir que sea pandillero, no lo soy, y ellos tampoco me consideran pandillero a mí, por lo tanto no me van a cuidar, pero yo soy un colaborador de la estructura. Si yo no quiero colaborar en algún momento, puede ser que alguno me saque del territorio o directamente me mate. ¿Cómo se colabora? Se colabora pasando información, llevando una cosa de un lugar a otro, diciéndole algo a alguien en otro lugar. Con pequeñas acciones pueden ser muchísimas. ¿Cuál es la forma hoy en día de comunicarse con alguien? A través de las redes sociales. Y sobre todo a través de los mensajes de Instagram que se borran automáticamente, que cuando se leen desaparecen. Pero a la otra persona le queda el registro de que se leyó el mensaje, por lo tanto el mensaje le llegó al colaborador y el colaborador no puede decir, ah no, yo no estaba enterado. Segundo ejemplo, cuando pasamos de ser colaboradores, los niños, las niñas de 8, 7 años, ¿qué es lo que hoy en día más que nada quiere un niño a esa edad? Teléfono celular. Y no un teléfono de los tamagotchis viejos, no, o sea, un teléfono inteligente, medianamente inteligente. Los reclutan para la primera posición, que ahí sí ya empiezan a tener alguna vinculación más orgánica con la pandilla, que es ser poste. El poste, yo soy poste. Postes antes eran muchachos de 15, 16, ahora son niños de 7, de 8 años, son postes. ¿Qué hace el poste? Y por eso se llama poste. Está en la esquina o donde haya un poste de luz y avisa de todo lo que pasa, y si va la policía, avisa. ¿Se acuerdan antes en la Edad Media, sí, en la Edad Media creo que era, aquel sistema de alertas que tenían, que encendían una fogata y entonces iba la otra fogata, la otra fogata, la otra fogata, hasta que llegaba al gran señor feudal el mensaje? El poste hace lo mismo. Entonces, en un territorio empiezan a avisar lo que va pasando antes que, digamos, la policía o alguien que no es del territorio, cantidad de situaciones, ingresen al territorio de la pandilla. Y lo hacen a través de un teléfono e Instagram. Crean una cuenta falsa en Instagram para ese niño, que además el niño empieza a utilizar Instagram con otras cosas, pero además a través del chat de Instagram van haciendo los anuncios, patrullero entrando, ¿no? En otros códigos que tienen, pero así lo van haciendo. ¿Y cuál es el problema después de eso? Además, que estos muchachos, 7, 8 años, empiezan a hacer eso, empiezan a usar ese Instagram, de a poco empiezan a cargar todo lo que hacen en ese Instagram. A los 10, 12 años, 13 años, un poco más, dicen, bueno, esto ya no, la verdad yo no. Esto que yo veía en la televisión de ser pandillero, este negocio no es así. O sea, ¿dónde están los autos? ¿Dónde está la plata? ¿Dónde está la buena pistola? ¿Dónde está la buena vida? Que es mentira. O sea, es mínimo el porcentaje de pandilleros que tienen una buena vida. El resto viven en forma miserable. Entonces dicen, ya no quiero ser más parte de esta estructura. Con suerte, si alguna iglesia evangélica los agarra, pueden entrar a un proceso de desactivación, con suerte. Pero el problema es que han cargado todo su historial criminal en su Instagram. Y son niños que dejaron la escuela, tienen un historial criminal, ya tienen están puestos en alguna investigación, ya no tienen vuelta atrás. Porque además no tenemos un sistema que los absorba, que de alguna forma los perdone o los transforma, digamos, que los vuelva a reinsertar en la sociedad. No tenemos eso. Entonces, todo eso hoy en día está pasando en las redes sociales, en este ciberespacio. Ecuador, con gusto, estamos, viceministro, estamos en eso con el gobierno de Ecuador. Si quiere después conversamos, pero estamos en eso para este año, tal vez a final de año, abrir la oficina en Ecuador. Sí.
¿Dónde hay? ¿Acá?
Perdón, no, quizás ya puedo aportar poco porque ha resumido muy bien. Quizás un poquito la preocupación y vinculándolo con las conversaciones anteriores. Lo que estamos hablando de varios planos permanentemente. Estamos hablando del plano de la prevención, del plano de la protección o del plano de la atención propiamente dicha a los adolescentes, en este caso a los niños. Y efectivamente el contexto manda mucho en todo esto, porque no es lo mismo el contexto de una clica o de una mara en El Salvador que el contexto de un colegio en España, ¿no? Pero es cierto que hay algo transversal, que es lo que nos está trayendo aquí, que es la utilización de las nuevas tecnologías, de las redes. Por eso yo entiendo que quizás desde mi punto de vista y en la experiencia que llevo teniendo en muchos años, es que estamos construyendo muchos proyectos, muchos programas, muchas acciones, pero que son parceladas, que son cada uno desde una perspectiva, desde una instancia, desde la Fiscalía, desde, por ejemplo, los ministerios de la niñez, que tienen la competencia en protección, son clave en todo esto y muchas veces están ausentes porque no han tenido los instrumentos, no se les ha dotado de los recursos. Pasamos de la educación, que muchas veces no está, a la Fiscalía, ¿no? Y a veces en medio todas esas instituciones protectoras y preventivas pues no han tenido las capacidades. A mí me parece que, insisto un poquito quizás, la importancia de empezar a reconstruir, a identificar primero y a reconstruir juntos. Es decir, desde distintas perspectivas, desde distintos niveles y desde distintas instituciones, incluyendo a las empresas y a los especialistas en las nuevas tecnologías, porque en definitiva es ahí donde es el instrumento y es donde también podemos encontrar a veces elementos, como decíamos antes, incluso decir, bueno, ¿bajo qué indicadores empiezo hoy a asustarme? ¿No? Los padres no sabemos muchas veces, los profesores tampoco, y también yo creo que a veces hemos pretendido de ciertos colectivos hacer de ellos lo que no son. El profesorado de un colegio podemos prepararlo un poco en estas técnicas, podemos hacerlos una parte importante de la prevención, pero no van a ser nunca los especialistas en eso. Es decir, yo creo que amerita una reflexión, una reconsideración de todo.
Thank you for holding. We will continue now. It is very important to map the problem in collaboration with all the different stakeholders.
Yo quería hacer una pregunta a
I wanted to ask a question. Sure.
Lía Hernández.
Leah Hernandez. I'm not sure if Leah Hernandez is still connected virtually. Is Leah online?
¿Escucha?
Yes, Leah.
Porque,
We can see you.
si hay algo que el mundo digital está cambiando es el tema
Digital world is changing, and what's changing is the difference between the private and public sector, and they are promoting a culture of privacy. That's what you said. But what is a culture of privacy? Thank you very much. Frost, we promote a culture of privacy. In many of our countries, privacy is regulated as a fundamental right in our constitution, but there are other countries that don't have this. Recently in Panama, they passed a bill which is a protection of personal identity, which is just a guarantee or a safeguard of that private protection and right that the individual has. We train, we offer seminars and workshops to those vulnerable sectors of the society or multi-sectoral groups in order to promote that culture of privacy, where we raise the problem, which is what are you doing with your private identity or private information? How are you sharing this? What information are you providing? And what protection are you implementing or putting in place to protect your information? Many of the things that we are not aware of is that when we provide our information to an individual, an application, a company, many times our information falls in third parties' hands and we don't know how they're going to work or use this information. Reason why we need to promote that culture of privacy. It is important for our countries to know and to train their citizens that if there is a private information that I did not share, and if this information is exposed in a social media or is opened or to other entities because of that third party provider that was supposed to protect my information, then that third party vendor should be subject to a prosecution. Our personal information is important. Many times we think as we provide more personal information, then we are being more transparent. Yes, that is important when it comes to the state and the public actors. But when it comes to our privacy with third parties, with apps, we need to be careful what information we are sharing. Those elements or our information that we do not want others to have, then we should not provide it. Understanding that this information it could be exponentially exposed. I have a question for you, Liam, and it's aligned with what the prosecutor mentioned. Something that happens to me and I don't know how to manage. If you're sitting in a bar and you're drinking a beer or coffee with a group of friends, and the person in the table that's next to ours starts recording the bar and the individuals that are in the bar. But when they come close to a specific person, they slow down and record it. And they say, and they post this. And they say, I'm in a good place. Hey, I'm hanging out in this bar. Someone can do this. That is a decision made by this individual. But how is this perceived by your entity? Is this perceived as a violation of privacy? Very interesting, because last weekend I was speaking to a person that addressed me with the same question. What happens if I'm in a public place, but I do not want my image to be part of a recording that will later be in a social media? In many parts of the world, the person that's recording protects his or herself before recording and before posting. Even more when we have minors in that public place, because this could lead to sanctions. It is true that the person that uploads the post should also include that they have they have received consent from those individuals that are in the video. If I share a video on a social media with my friends in the video, is because my friends have consented for me to upload that information. But if there are someone behind the video or behind the picture, we are not concerned about protecting that individual's privacy. Therefore, we need to start considering this in order to promote in a very holistic way that culture of privacy, or simply don't share the video. Remember back in the time where Facebook would share a video or a picture or a video, and you would tag as many people as many people possible that are part of that image. But many people do not want to be in a social media. Reason why now Facebook has changed their regulation, and in order to tag someone on a picture on Facebook, that individual needs to grant authorization for him or her to be tagged in that picture. If you're in the background setting of a video or in a picture, that is your image, and you decide who you grant consent to post, use, or comment and make public of that image or video. If someone posts this, then that means that this individual does not understand that this could be deemed a problem by using your image. It is your image, your picture, your video, which you did not grant authority to be posted publicly on a social media. So these are things that we still need to raise awareness. And that is what I am referring to when I talk about a culture of privacy. As citizens, many times we don't understand the impact and the outcomes of our actions. We need the involvement of the regulatory bodies, and the citizens should be a bit empathic regarding this. If someone uploads a video or a picture of myself on a place where I did not want anyone to know that I was there, or dressed the way I didn't want anyone to know I was dressed this way, then we needed to avoid this when we record or when we take pictures of other people without having their consent or authorization to later publicly post. Everything that has been shared this morning has been very interesting. What was lastly mentioned regarding a policy of privacy is relevant when we consider minors, where situations like this, where a minor is recorded, and if the video becomes viral, we do not know what type of impact it might have on that minor. In different stages of life, whether it is economy, development, and the security and safety of an individual or even minors, we need it as the state and different countries as a region try to come together to strengthen and legislate in common grounds in the provision of security in cyberspace. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Leah and Katie. Thank you for being here with us. We're now going to to go for lunch. At 1 p.m., the PCR testing will be carried out by a mobile laboratory that is here in the parliament. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. as we can move on to the closing remarks and the conclusion of today's working table. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. We will try to start after lunch. We only have 2 more panels to go before we close today's agenda. We have a panel regarding discussions, and we will later would like to discuss with the crowd. Could we please bring down the music? Thank you. After the panel, we would like to move into final statements. We would like to hear your recommendations and next steps in order to develop a work plan, or that could be the first result of today's or the 2 works regarding cybersecurity, and to see ways that we can have progress in our agenda. Yesterday, we talked that one of our commitments could be the revision and the update of the model law of cybersecurity issued by the Parlatino. We had several experts that participated back then, and we have more that can engage in updating the content of this model law. Along this action, we would like to identify other actions that we can come together to develop. Before we begin the panel, you should have on your table this document. It's a survey. We would kindly ask you to please fill the survey, as it will help the organization in improving for the future. And there you have a space for recommendations that are necessary. Thank you once again for filling the survey.
Antes presentes, vamos a hablar sobre el tema de la innovación para la prevención, experiencias de las oficinas de innovación de la región. Un poco cuando planteábamos la agenda de este foro, decíamos, bueno, vamos a invitar a...
The agenda for this forum, we decided to invite 2 key sectors if we want to create medium to long-term changes. One is the parliamentarians related to the creation and the legislations in countries, and the other one was the executive power connected to these topics from the executive power, where public policies are generated. On one side, the legislation, on the other, public policies. Now we'll be speaking about public policies with representative of executive powers. And for that, I would like to invite Felix Chang from Ecuador, Vice Minister of Information and Communication Technologies. I understand that Luis Oliva is not here, right?
Adelante, por favor. Perdón que no me han puesto aquí su...
I'm sorry, I don't have the information here. Juan Ramón from AIG, the General Administrator for the National Authority for Governmental Innovation. And from Paraguay, we have Patricia Clos, Secretary of ICTs of the Patria Querida Party. Please go ahead.
Vamos a empezar por casa. Juan Ramón Anria.
With Juan Ramón Anria.
Adelante, por favor.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
La invitación a estar acá en este panel con ustedes.
I would like to thank you for the invitation, for being part of this panel on innovation and cybersecurity during this period of pandemic, especially in the last times. In Panama, what we lived throughout the pandemic in innovation is that we have created digital transformation systems that have helped the entire Panamanian society to face the pandemic as such, with all the problems that it brought. As many other countries, the pandemic caught us off base, and we already had plans to work on the digital transformation of the government processes to support the citizens becoming more digital. Having said that, during the pandemic, we have created a great number of apps that support all the governmental processes and are accessible to citizens. In addition
cada
to
trámite
that,
digital, cada sistema digital,
every
además
digital
de
system,
venir acompañado de nuevas innovaciones y nuevas
in addition
prestaciones
of
para cada
having
uno
new innovations and
de los sectores de la sociedad, viene
new
acompañado con
benefits for all the
nuevos
sectors of the
retos, nuevos
society,
retos en
it
seguridad,
also
viene
comes with
acompañado con
new
nuevos
security
riesgos y estos
challenges,
riesgos
with
vienen
new
acompañados con
risks,
nuevas
and these risks
vulnerabilidades que
also
si se
bring
llegan a
new
materializar,
vulnerabilities
entonces
that if they ever
pueden
become
afectar
real,
de manera directa la operación de un país.
it could affect directly
Entonces,
the
en
country's
el intermedio,
operations.
nosotros como país veníamos
In the
desarrollando
interim, as a
la
country,
actualización de la Estrategia
we have
Nacional de
developed
Ciberseguridad,
the update
la
of the
cual
National
la
Cybersecurity
previa era de
Strategy.
2013 y actualmente tenemos una
The old
recién
one was from
completada
2013,
en el
and
año
the most
2021, fue publicada
updated
en
one
diciembre,
was
la
published
cual
December 2021,
incluía, o la cual, mejor dicho, cubría 4 pilares
and
fundamentales,
which
siendo el
included
primero
4 fundamental
la
panels
protección a la
or
privacidad de los
pillars.
datos,
First,
que dicho sea paso, Panamá tiene escasamente
protection
un año
to
de estar
data or
en
data
ejecución
protection.
de la
Panama
ley de privacidad de los datos,
has been
entendiendo que
executing the
los datos
legislation of
son
data
la
privacy,
privacidad de los datos, mejor,
understanding
son parte fundamental
that
del
data
derecho de las
privacy
personas
is a
a su
fundamental aspect
privacidad,
of
especialmente
people's right to privacy,
considerados derechos primordiales. Entonces,
and they are considered
esta ley de privacidad de datos, que viene a ser impulsada también por la Estrategia Nacional de Ciberseguridad,
key
es vital
rights.
para la confianza
This
del
legislation
ciudadano
is crucial for the
y que sea
trust of the
implementada, que
citizens,
sea desplegada a través de todos los sistemas
and it
de
should be
innovación, todos los sistemas de
deployed
transformación
through
digital,
all
todos
the
los
digital
sistemas
transformation
que se
systems,
están
all the
desarrollando, que
innovation
se han
systems
implementado
being
antes,
developed and
durante y después
implemented
de pandemia.
before, during, and after the
Luego,
pandemic.
el segundo pilar más importante, que
The
es
second most important
básicamente
pillar
el tema
is
central, es
the
disuadir y
core
castigar el
topic.
comportamiento criminal en el ciberespacio,
Dissuade and
es decir,
punish
contar
the
con
criminal
las leyes
activity in the
apropiadas acordes al
cyberspace,
cibercrimen
meaning
y
having
que
the
puedan
right
llevar a cabo
legislations
la
for
tipificación,
cybercrime,
en primer lugar, en
so
segundo,
we can work
poder
on the
lograr hacer
classification of the crime, number one,
la persecución
and
del
then
ciberdelito
to
y llegar a procesar a los
prosecute the
ciberatacantes.
cybercrime
Como bien
and
saben,
prosecute cyber attackers.
el ocio
As you
es
all
la madre
know,
de todos los males y durante la pandemia hubo mucho ocio. Y dicho esto, como bien sabemos, los países fuimos todos afectados grandemente por este problema, ya
boredom
que eso se
brings
transformó
a lot of
en
bad
amenazas
things,
a
and
todas
we
las
had a lot of issues
innovaciones,
because
a
that
todos los
became a
procesos
threat
digitales que
to
se están
all the
desarrollando.
innovations
Se
and
ha visto
digital
incrementado
processes being developed.
significativamente los
We have
ataques
seen
cibernéticos a
an
todas las plataformas e
important
infraestructuras,
increase of
tanto
cyber
nacionales
attacks to
como
all the
críticas,
national
críticas
and
gubernamentales,
critical
críticas privadas,
and
que ponen
governmental structures
contra la pared a cualquier país, a cualquier gobierno, a cualquier estado. Entonces,
that
entendiéndose
corner
que
any country,
la
any state,
infraestructura crítica que también fueron
understanding that
atacadas
the
son aquellas
critical
que
infrastructures
sin su
that
operación
were
normal
attacked
un país
were
se ve
those that
afectado
without
su
its normal
comportamiento.
operations, a country
Entonces,
will be
como los
affected.
hospitales, las
I'm
potabilizadoras
referring
de
to
agua, las
hospitals,
transmisoras y distribuidoras energéticas, entre otras. Entonces,
energy companies,
han
among
habido un
others.
incremento significativo durante la
There's
pandemia de
been an
este tipo de
important
ataques,
increase
como
of
son
these
el
kinds
phishing,
of
es el número
attacks,
uno.
like phishing,
Ahora
which is the number
los
one,
phishings también están en aumento.
and
Y
phishings
bueno,
are
así
also
significativamente
increasing.
los gobiernos han sido atacados también
And governments are
mediante
also being
denegación de servicio.
attacked
Entonces, si no contamos con las legislaciones
through the
acordes,
different
es muy
services
difícil
generations. And if we do
lograr
not have the right
enjuiciar este
laws,
tipo de
it's going to be
atacantes.
very
Ahora,
difficult to process
también es
these kinds of
importante contar
attacks.
con una legislación
It is also important to have
coherente de manera
a
internacional,
coherent
cosa de que los
legislation,
países
an
podamos
international legislation,
intercambiar no solamente las
so that
experiencias, sino
countries
también
can
los
exchange
sucesos
not
que están
only
ocurriendo,
experiences, but
puesto que es
also
muy fácil
everything that's happening,
defender
because
el
it's
plano
extremely
terrenal
easy to
a través de un
protect
ataque fronterizo,
the
pero el
physical
Internet
aspect through a
no goza
border
de dicha
attack,
frontera.
but internet does
En
not
cuestión de
have
segundos,
borders.
los
In
ataques son
just a
capaces
matter
de
of
desestabilizar a
seconds,
todo un país
attacks
y
can
son transfronterizos.
destabilize a
Entonces, de
country,
ahí es muy
and
importante las
attacks
actividades
can
que
be
se vienen
borderless.
desarrollando
So
como
it is
países,
important
apoyados muy de
to
cerca
work
con
together
la
on
Organización de
activities
los Estados
with other
Americanos, que
countries, working with the
ha estado siempre muy
OAS as
dispuestos,
well,
apoyándonos como naciones
always
a mejorar
willing
las
to
estrategias de seguridad
support
e
us to
implementarlas
improve
en todas las estrategias de
security
innovación y en
strategies
todos los
and
procesos que estamos
implement them
haciendo.
through all the
También como,
processes and
además,
innovation
el tercer
strategies.
pilar de nuestra estrategia es
And
fortalecer
the
la
third
seguridad y la
pillar of this
resiliencia de la
strategy is
infraestructura
to
crítica, que
build
como bien
up
les mencionaba en
resilience.
momentos anteriores,
As I
sin el
mentioned
funcionamiento
before,
acorde o
if we
apropiado
do not have
de
the
ellas,
appropriate functioning
pues
of
la vida
such,
normal sería afectada de manera directa.
our
Entonces,
daily
es
lives
importante
would
que
be
tanto las
directly
empresas
affected.
como el gobierno
Hence, it
nacional
is important for
o los
companies and the
gobiernos
national
sean,
government or governments
trabajen alineados, puesto que la
to work
ciberseguridad no es responsabilidad de uno, sino que es
in an
responsabilidad de
aligned
todos.
manner, because
Entendiéndose que
cybersecurity
la
is not only
ciberseguridad
one person's
no
or
es
state
algo que
responsibility,
compramos,
it
no es
is
un producto, no
everyone's
es,
responsibility.
no es una
Cybersecurity is
aplicación,
not a
es un
product, it's
proceso.
not an app,
Y sobre ese
it's
proceso
a process.
hay
And
muchas capas que cubrir
over that
desde el
process,
plano
there are too
legislativo,
many
desde el
layers to
plano
cover, from the
judicial.
legislative aspect,
Por
the
supuesto,
legal
las
aspect.
tecnologías y las aplicaciones
Of
son
course,
importantes, las
technologies and
políticas son
apps
importantes,
are important,
pero mucho más
policies are
allá
important.
de
But
todo esto,
beyond all that,
las personas. Es importante las personas y de ahí
people are
nace
important.
el cuarto pilar que va a
And
fomentar la
from
cultura
there, we
nacional de
have the
ciberseguridad,
fourth pillar,
puesto
fostering
que
the national
es
culture
necesario
on
que
cybersecurity,
todas las
because
personas,
it is
sin importar la edad,
important for
tengan
everyone,
conocimiento
regardless
de
of
lo que es
their
la
age,
ciberseguridad y que la
to
puedan
know
implementar
about
no
cybersecurity,
solamente
to know how to
en
implement
su trabajo,
cybersecurity,
sino
not only
llevarla a
at
la casa
work,
e implementarla en
but
su
also
propia vida
bring it
cotidiana.
home and
Y ya
be
hoy en día
able to
conocemos
implement it in their daily
que tenemos las
lives.
casas digitales,
Nowadays, we
podemos
know
manejar
that
cualquier
we
cosa
have
desde nuestro
digital
dispositivo
homes.
móvil,
We
sea
can
donde
manage
estemos.
almost
Entonces,
anything
todo esto está
from our cell
conectado al
phone.
Internet,
And everything
o
is
al Internet de las
connected
cosas. Entonces,
to the
las
Internet
políticas o
of
las estrategias
Things.
nacionales
So the
tienen
policies
que
or the
estar
national
cubriendo
strategies
todas
must cover, must
iniciativas o todas
address
estas
all
nuevas
these
tecnologías.
initiatives and
Como
all
bien les mencionaba,
technologies. As
las
I mentioned
tecnologías y la
before,
transformación digital traen muy
technologies
buenas,
and digital
muy
transformation
buenas cosas positivas a la sociedad y a nuestras
bring
vidas, a
positive
nuestros
things to our
hogares, pero con
societies,
ello vienen muchos
to our
riesgos y muchas
lives
amenazas
and homes,
que
and
buscan
with that we have a lot of
mitigar
risks
el
and threats
comportamiento de nuestras redes,
that seek to
de
mitigate the
nuestro
behavior of our
diario vivir y nuestra convivencia.
daily lives.
Es importante también
It is
reiterar que
also
la
important
ciberseguridad
to
debe convertirse
reiterate
en
that
parte integral de la
cybersecurity
cultura y de la
must be
mentalidad nacional. Para
an
ello,
important part of our culture.
estamos buscando incluir
And for that,
la cultura de ciberseguridad
we
venga
want
en
to
primer lugar desde el
include
hogar
the
y en segundo
cybersecurity
lugar desde los
culture.
colegios,
First,
implementando
coming from
planes
home, and second,
innovativos
from
que
different schools,
inculquen a los
implementing innovative
estudiantes
plans that
desde
teach
kinder a
students
conocer
from
la
kindergarten
ciberseguridad y
to
aprender
know
desde
about
temprano
cybersecurity
a
and
aplicarla en
learn
sus
from an
entornos
early
digitales.
stage to use it in their digital
Y
surroundings.
bueno, no menos importante es
And last but not least
que las estrategias
important
nacionales,
is that the
bueno,
national
hago un paréntesis,
strategy,
es lastimoso que
or
no todos los países
allow me to
de
open
la
a
región
parenthesis.
cuentan con
It
una
is
estrategia
sad that not
nacional,
all the
pero bueno,
regions in,
cierro ese
that not all
paréntesis.
the countries in the
Lo
region
importante es que la
have
estrategia nacional,
national
sea
strategies, but the
desarrollada
national
teniendo en cuenta
strategy
las
must be
necesidades de los
one,
países y la
developed,
sociedad y la
keeping
idiosincrasia.
into account
Dos,
the
que
needs of the
la
country.
las
Number two,
estrategias nacionales de ciberseguridad deben,
the
como
cybersecurity national strategies
innovador, deben ser vivas y estar
should be
sujetas a
live
cambios
and subject to
a
changes.
corto plazo. No son una estrategia que hayan llegado para no ser
Short-term
revisadas más nunca,
changes.
sino la propuesta es que
These
deben ser
strategies
actualizadas
must
entre 3 y
be
5 años
revised
para
every
que
3 to
vayan
5
acorde
years
a los tiempos
to make
cambiantes,
sure that they
sobre todo los
move along
tecnológicos.
with times and
Bien
with the
sabemos que
technology.
la innovación
We all
es algo
know
que no se
that
detiene, todos los días hay algo nuevo y cada cosa nueva trae nuevos
innovation
riesgos y nuevas vulnerabilidades. Y por último, la importancia del
is
compromiso
something new.
internacional
And the
donde
importance
podamos
of the
nosotros todos
international
intercambiar
commitment where we can all
las legislaciones,
exchange
como les mencionaba, que podamos intercambiar
legislations,
los
where we
sucesos
can
y los eventos de
exchange
ciberseguridad y que
cybersecurity
vayamos acorde o
events
que vayamos alineados con
for
el convenio de
everyone to be
Budapest. Es
aligned
importante
with
que
the
los países lo
Budapest
llevemos a
Convention.
cabo.
It is important
Panamá
for
estamos
all
trabajando
countries to do
fuertemente
that. In
en
Panama,
desarrollar,
we are
hemos
working
desarrollado la
on
propuesta
developing, or we have
de
developed
actualización
a
del Código
proposal
Penal y del
to
Código Penal
update the criminal
Código
code
Procesal Penal para la tipificación de cibercrimen. Actualmente está
for
la
crime
Asamblea Nacional de
classification.
Diputados
We
pendiente
have
de
the
su
National
discusión y
Assembly
aprobación. El
pending
punto es que
approval.
sí, tenemos que tener todos los
The
países
point is that
una legislación.
among all the
Podemos
countries that we should have a
por este
legislation,
convenio de Budapest
and by doing
de
so,
la
we can be
ciberseguridad y
adopted
cibercrimen.
by the Budapest Convention on
Y
cybersecurity
entonces, una vez alineados,
and
podamos intercambiar
cybercrime. And
todo lo
once
que estamos
aligned, we
aprendiendo
can then
en
exchange
cuanto
lessons
a
learned
cibercrimen, puesto que es
as
un
far
tema
as
que está
cybercrime, because
en
this
apogeo,
is
está
a subject
muy cambiante, muy dinámico.
that is trendy, is ever changing, and it's extremely dynamic. And even though
una legislación aprobada,
we
por lo
do
menos
not have
hemos
an approved
adelantado
legislation,
ya, como
we at
lo
least
habrá dicho
have
el
advanced just like Mr. Ricaute mentioned yesterday. We have advanced on trainings, and trainings should be consistent to the legal sphere, because what we have seen in other countries is that they create a cybercrime legislation, and the criminal code, however, the justices or the lawyers have no idea of the terminology. This is why it is very important to consider all these aspects in all the strategies and innovations as far as the legislation to prosecute the cybercrime. And with that, I believe that I can give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you. Patricia Clos from Paraguay. You have the floor. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Si bien yo no soy representante del Ejecutivo de mi país,
I do not represent the executive power in my country, but I would like to give you a brief summary of everything we're doing on cybersecurity. Paraguay has not been a high-risk country for cyber attacks. We have a basic structure, and we can react to specific incidents occurred. In Paraguay, since 2017, we have a cybersecurity national plan through the SENATIC, the National Secretariat for ICT. And since 2018, it became a ministry with the participation of different sectors, among others, the OAS. This plan defines the goals and an action plan for the execution of the Cybersecurity National Plan. We have different government entities with the exception of the private sector, the academia, and the civil society. The Center of Response for Cybernetic Incidents is born, offering the following services.
These services are available to any individual or organization free of cost. Any citizen, not only government entities. Government organizations are obligated to report any cybercrime, and this is a legislation since 2020, and it should be done through this response center. Just to offer some statistics, in 2013 to 2021, there has been reported 9,174 incidents, which the only incidents that were attended were 3,158. Services provided by CERT are newspapers and alerts of cybersecurity, and the audit of vulnerability of web systems. This service is offered only to government entities. We also do cyber drills where we work with the government entities. A lot that has been spoken in this forum is the training of our citizens. We carry out virtual training that have been carried out in a total of 3 different editions. We have had more than 1,000 enrollments, and 300 individuals have concluded the training. This was carried out in a security operational center that currently has a minimum human resource, 1 member that is a permanent member, a hired technical or IT, and 2 temporary members from the Army. The budget comes due to the credit agenda of IDB that has a value of $3.5 million for a period of 5 years. That's the only funding that they have received, and that is for 2020 through 2025. In our technical role, where we provide advisory, we provide mechanisms and tools to avoid the criminalization of cyberspace and for it to continue to grow, which will lead to a constant feedback and collaborative work among the different actors. It is key in that sense, all of the work that we are carrying out in this forum, where we create collaboration and links that will allow us to share experiences, learn from mistakes and from cases of excellence. And for those who have progressed in this sense, our objective is to develop a proactive and robust structure that would help us with the digital initiatives that come from the executive. We wanted to continue working in in combating cybercrime. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Tiene la palabra el ministro de Ecuador. Adelante, por favor.
Muy buenas tardes con todos.
Representative from Ecuador, thank you very much. On May 12 of 2017, servers from Europe were affected and they needed to encrypt their information and they had no access as administrators of the system. In October 2018, there was a criminal organization that affected a Windows company, affecting many countries. Besides this, incidences from what I mentioned help to understand the severe impact that cyber attacks have in the economy. Reason why it is important from each one of our governments to create public policies against or that could combat the cyber attacks or cybercrime. None of us is too strong. We need to come together, and these forums serve as a platform for us to be trained, to debate, and to provide feedback. But beyond that, to create collaboration arms in order to combat this type of crime. In a digital world, the world that we live in, the attacks happen constantly. But what's transcendental is that we need to prepare ourselves in order to have preventive actions and corrective actions. Regarding the cybercrime index issued by the ILO last year, Ecuador is number 19 out of 35 countries in their scale. However, we are the second country that is more attacked in terms of cyber attack. We have acted and we have worked in collaboration to improve our ranking in the index. In the last 10 months, as a government, we have had a 0.5 increase in the ILO index. In the countries of Latin America, we ranked 7 points higher than previous years. So we are proving that we are working toward improving this. We have developed the national policy of cybersecurity, working with all the different institutes of the government, the academia, civil society, and public sector. In the last 2 days of this event, as I had the opportunity to talk to many of my colleagues here, yesterday I answered a phone call because I received the news that one of the most important institute in our country, there was an presumption of attack. So we are exposed to attacks. What is important is for us to understand that we need to have policies and follow prevention policies, but also that in case that we were under attack, we should also have a disaster recovery plan, which we have spoken to several technicians in order to have our system ready without having a severe impact in our information. But it wasn't only bad news, but they also called me for 2 good news. Number one, we were accepted yesterday in the Budapest Convention, which is something, as you all well know, is very important for all of our countries that are combating the type of crime. Additional to this, the European Union, through CyberNet Institute, has selected us as a sub-regional hub for the Andean region. Ecuador is going to lead the training and other initiatives to combat this type of crime. Considering that we all should act in the face of this type of scourge, we have developed a national community for cybersecurity. We have main ministries involved. We stopped working in silos. We have allowed each ministry to work independently. We work with the Defense Ministry, the Ministry of Government and Domestic Needs, the Department of Intelligence, foreign affair, and human mobility that is responsible of the diplomacy in cyberspace and international cooperation. We have seen great outcomes at a national level. We have improved our CECIRT and SOP, and we are currently seeing that by working together during this period, we have also detained a total of 46 detainees of criminal organizations and 14 operations that have been held during our period. We've been working at a government level in the development of a law at a government level. I like the word compliance because many times we want to say we comply, but we need to comply fully. Otherwise, we're not complying. We needed to provide specifics that need to be followed by each one of the ministry, even at the executive level. We as a ministry go to the site in order to understand if the policies are being abided or complied to. And as you're able to see, many times we are perceived as babysitters because we wanted to be able to identify that each one of the entities or ministries in the government are functioning correctly. We have trained, and I think this is mandatory for all of us. If our maximum authority in our countries do not know or do not have the know-how of these type of crimes, and he or she does not raise awareness, then we're not going to see a priority. We have involved all of the different authorities at the presidency level, all of the head of states and all of the ministries and directors of ICT and security. We have undergone a total of 8 trainings, and we have trained thousands of members of the public sector. Cybersecurity and risk for IDB 2020 has shown that Ecuador has a formative maturity. That means that we have had some progress in our development. We haven't achieved this by ourselves. We have worked with international entities in an in-person scenario. The OAS, the World Bank, and the Embassy of the U.S. has helped us developing and drafting policies to improve the telecommunication and the cybersecurity of our country. We have received international training from the European community, which is called Cyber for Debt, in order to promote cyber resilience and cybersecurity in our country. We have received the training from a lot of experts at an international level. But why are we so concerned about cybersecurity? Even in the long term, we are a small country. At the end of the day, we all have the same risk, regardless of the size of the country. As I mentioned before, we are leading. I don't know why, maybe because of our currency, political aspect, etc. We are the second country that is highly attacked within our region. Maybe those are the causes. However, we are moving into digital transformation. As I heard Luis spoke, I was seeing the resemblance of our history. Panama's history is very similar to ours. During the COVID pandemic, I don't believe the COVID pandemic complicated the technological aspect. What it did was to visibilize what was happening at a technological level. And this has shown that we need to have controls in place. Currently, we have a public metaverse. In the public metaverse, we are working in developing an agenda of digital transformation. We are also the leaders of LILAC of digital transformation. In our country, we are already working on digital identity, public information online, taxes online, digital signature for transactions, buy and sell, payments online, through a payment gateway. So all of our state entities will be online. We're also working on digital commerce. One important aspect is open data, not only for corruption, but also for productivity. where all of the data from the public entities is present online so the citizen can understand what information is required to initiate a new enterprise. We have virtual healthcare systems also. This public metaverse, we have one single password to be able to have entry in the public entity, and we have one portal. In terms of innovation, we talk about IT government. What does IT government stand for? It means that one institution will be the creator of everything. Public procurement is going to be done through one single portal. We will improve security. The deficiency that we currently see in most of our countries that we're not able to procure the updates of our softwares. And if we have corporate prices, then costs will drop. Just an example, in 5 institutions, they paid almost 60% more if they bought individual licenses for antivirus and the update of Office. In face of this reality and understanding that technology will continue to progress, we need to update the knowledge, our know-how. We're currently developing the organic law for the protection of data. We're in conjunction with other countries. Everything that we are creating, we socialize it with the academia, other professional association, and the general citizens. We're also training our citizens on cybersecurity through a program that raises awareness, and we already incorporate this in the academic pensum at a educational level, at all levels, even university level. As I mentioned before, we have 888 points of encounter, which are cyber spots. For those citizens that don't have access to internet, they can go to these places. We are bringing the government or the state closer to the citizen. That's why we have a little slogan that says, more Ecuador to the world. We have been very close to being efficient in combating cyber attacks. However, we know that this continues to grow. And the proof of that is that we are here to get the training, and everything that we have learned through this workshop is beneficial, not just for Felix Chan from the Ministry of Telecommunication and information technology, but on behalf of all Ecuadorians. The knowledge that we acquire here is a knowledge that's going to cascade to the rest of our citizens through the bills. Yesterday, we heard many presenters that talked about the legal aspects. And as I mentioned yesterday, I'm just simply going to copy paste what I learned today, and I'm going to bring that to the benefit of my citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Minister. Before moving to conclusions, I would like to invite our colleagues. I believe that your contributions in this last phase is going to be extremely important.
Si alguien tiene alguna pregunta, algún comentario para...
If we have any questions, if we have any comments to our colleagues in the panel, please feel free to do so.
Muchas gracias por la exposición extraordinaria.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. My question is for Ecuador, considering that you are the second most attacked. The experience with the European Union. The European Union is developing or carrying out efforts to have regional centers. One is the competency center. There was an internal competition in Bucharest, the capital of Romania, and it was going to be the Cybersecurity Competency Center in the European Union. With the last visit, I believe that the Cyber 4th DEB, what was your experience? Because they belong to the European CyberNet. And how was that collaboration? And all the parliament members from Eurolat that participated in these activities, did they get a chance to interact not only from the technical aspect or the executive aspect, but also from the legislative were you able
Sí,
to
muchísimas
carry
gracias.
out any activity with the
Nosotros
parliament
somos de forma
members?
transversal.
Okay,
Justamente
well,
el
we
Ministerio
are
de Telecomunicaciones
transversal.
y
The
Tecnologías de la Información
telecommunications
generamos
and
comunicación. Entonces estamos
information
como en
technology
en todas las
minister
partes donde se
create
manejan información,
communications,
protección
so
de
we
datos,
are
entre otros
everywhere
temas.
where we manage
Experiencia
information
con
data
Cyber
protection. The
realmente fue muy
experience with the
interesante
Cyber
porque
Fourth
nos
Bet
llevaron las
was
las
extremely
prácticas.
interesting
Estamos, ni
because
siquiera
they
fue
shared with
virtual,
us best
fue
practices
presencial.
and
Nos
it was
unimos a
on
todos los
site.
poderes, el
We brought
ejecutivo, el
together all the
legislativo, el
powers,
judicial,
executive,
incluso
the
el de control social.
legal,
Efectivamente,
legislative,
cada
and
uno va a
social
tener sus
control power, and
obligaciones.
each one
El
of
tema
them will
de
have their own
ciberataques no es depende del
obligations.
poder,
The cyber attack
no
does
solo nos
not
atacan al
depend on the
ejecutivo.
power. Not only the
Entonces,
executive
casualmente
power is
trabajamos
being attacked,
articuladamente para
so
la
we work
defensa
in
o para la,
coordination
a
for
través
the
del EQSER
defense
en todos los
or
poderes,
through
cuando
EQSER
el Parlamento
throughout
en
all the
nuestro
powers
país,
when
la
the
Asamblea es
parliament in our
atacada, cuando la
country and the
Fiscalía
assembly is being
intentada
attacked.
atacar, todo depende de nosotros y por
When the
eso fue
prosecutor's office is being attacked, it all
fue
depends
algo
on us.
compartido, o sea, todos
And
los
it
poderes tuvieron
was
sus
something
representantes
shared.
para
All
así
the
poder
powers had
efectivamente generar
representatives.
una política no del Ejecutivo, sino una
So
política
in an
pública de todos
effective
los
way, we could create
¿Y el
public
país más
policies
atacado
for
cuál es el que
Ecuador.
consideran ustedes?
And what is the most
Venezuela.
attacked country?
Ok, gracias.
Venezuela.
Adelante, Juan Francisco.
Juan Francisco, please, you have the floor. On innovation, something that happened to us in our discussion, maybe it was more a criminal legal discussion. We must innovate on the investigation techniques associated to information systems. What happened in that conversation we had in Chile on IT crimes? It is very difficult to translate the legal guarantees and the limitations of the no violation of rights. So this is something that we heard through all the presentations. We heard about the grooming, and the conflict was how far or how much protection do we have for privacy. And I'm referring for investigations. And just sharing an anecdote, in the cybercrime discussion, we wanted to know if the prosecutor could ask for the information of the subscriber of a phone or a device, just to know where the IP belongs to, and if we have the name of the owner or the name of the user of such IP. This was a very important conversation because, again, we depend on companies, telecommunications company, many times the internet provider or the phone provider or the technology provider is the one that should enable us to work on the investigations. So how far, and I know, Felix, that you work in telecommunications, so my question is,
las comunicaciones se ponen al servicio de la prevención e investigación de
how can we put telecommunications to the service of the investigation of cybercrime, and at the same time cyber intelligence? How far can we innovate, or how far can we use this information? And this is something that we spoke to Baso yesterday. When we heard about what Panama did with information and the big data analysis of the pandemic, this comes very close to what we understand and know as intelligence. So how much more innovation are we to put or invest into that in order to prevent and counter the cybercrime? Okay, on the technical aspect, it's a little complex when we have lawyers versus the technical aspect, because it is very difficult to describe. When we speak about IPs,
los que estamos acá somos los técnicos, que se llama DHCP.
We are the technicians. So there's something that we call DHC that creates IP addresses every time you restart. They are dynamic, hence you cannot create unless you configure a fixed or permanent address.
Comunicaciones, por lo menos nosotros tenemos
Communications, we have cooperation conventions
para temas ya
for
procesables, pero realmente en
investigations and prosecutions, but on the technical aspect, it's very difficult to determine that because a user with basic knowledge can easily configure his or her IP, with the exception of having public policies so we can assign a permanent or fixed IP address. But there's also the Wi-Fi access, common accesses. And on telecommunications, we have the email of your team. However, now we already have software so where you can update your cell phone ID. And as a country, we are trying to work on a wide list. I mean, to list all the IP registered, so if they are managed, then they can't modify the services. So this is a technical aspect mixed with a legal aspect.
Para fines preventivos esto no debería ser tan disruptor.
Okay, this shouldn't be that disruptive. It's as easy as knowing or having the name of a person. I mean, we try to identify because we do not have a physical person. So if I have an image, for example, from a security camera, going back to my example, if I had a camera security image, I have the image of a person. And what would police do or the prosecutor do? They would try to identify the name of the person in that video, right? So this is something similar. I have data, I have an IP address, I have an email, I have whatever. So this is the first evidence of who was involved in this criminal or cyber crime. When the prosecutor asks about the name on that image, the name of the person on that image, no one asks if the name is personal data, hence I am not forced or not obligated to give the name of the person in the image. That discussion does not happen. Everyone would give out the name. Someone would say, well, that person looks like Juan Francisco Galindo. Okay? So I would say that it could be him. Now, if I go and I ask and I say, well, I have information that this email address or this IP number was close to have records or history on a cybercrime, and my question is, who's behind that IP address? And you can see the difference. Do you have a legal authorization to ask me that question? So I see that there are technological barriers that create some doubts or fears when we ask for information. This is almost like requesting a phone book or the yellow pages. I look up a number and I look up the name and the address. Okay, on the mobile aspect, when it's SMA, it's more simple. How can I identify a phone with the SMA? Unless our technicians know something different at the SI level, which is the internet level, it's much more complicated because it is configurable. It's easier to identify on SMA, and we have explicit standards that can be opened and shared. But if you use an email, for example, a Gmail or a Hotmail, what you'll see is the public IP for that device, for that entity. Okay, if you allow me, I agree with Felix and what Mr. Juan Francisco is saying, but it goes beyond that. From the phone companies, assigning a phone number is regulated, and it's just a matter of applying the regulation. For example, if I purchase SM
chip de
chip
celular, para no ponerle
or
nombre de
a
tecnología.
cell phone
En Estados Unidos,
chip.
yo tengo que
In the
entregar
United
mi pasaporte, tengo que poner
States,
mi
I
firma, tengo que
need
entregar mi
to
cédula panameña
sign, I
y
need to
tengo que
give
brindar
my
un sinnúmero de
identity,
información. Entonces,
and I
eso
need to
hay que
give
de verdad aplicarlo,
information.
porque normalmente
And this
están
must be
comprando
applied
los
because
chips de celular
usually
y quizás no están
cell
tomando
phone
control de
chips
los
are being
datos.
bought and
Entonces,
they are not keeping control of
esto
the data.
permite que haya otro tipo de vulnerabilidades
This
que no
allows
son
for
asociadas a
other
una
kinds
tecnología
of
como tal, sino a un
vulnerabilities
proceso
that
que
are
se llama
not
SIM swapping.
associated
Nada
to
me
a
impediría a mí en un país
technology.
que no tenga el control
No
aplicado
one is going to
llegar y comprar
prevent
un
me
celular,
to
el
purchase a
número
cell
de
phone
SIM
in a different country with a SIM card
Felix Chang, por ejemplo, y yo empiezo a hacer
from Felix Chang,
llamadas o
and then
accesos
I
a
start
internet
making calls
usando el
or
nombre de él,
going
pero
online
puse un
using
fraude
his
a
name,
través de SIM swap.
but I'm committing
Eso por
fraud.
un lado. En
For
cuanto al
example,
seguimiento del IP,
as far as
un
the
hacker, bueno,
IP
mal llamado
tracking,
hacker, en verdad los hackers son
a hacker,
estudiosos de tecnología, en verdad se llama cracker,
hackers are people that are
el que hace
that
movimiento
study
fraudulento o
technology.
black hat
So
hackers.
those that do
Si
fraudulent
lo van a seguir por un
activity,
IP, entonces
they are
ese
called
es el peor de
crackers.
los hackers.
So
Un hacker
if they
sencillamente no
do
va a
it with
dejar
an
huellas.
IP, that's the worst hacker.
Así que
Okay, a
usar el
hacker
IP
will
quizás sea
never leave a thread
algo quizás
or a
básico
print.
inicial, pero no es algo que en verdad te vaya a dar una información
This is not
de la
something that will
persona que te
give
está
you
atacando.
information about the person that's doing the
Precisamente por lo que
attack or
acaba de decir, no
committing
va a
the
dejar de
attack.
trazas. Entonces, además,
They are
como decía
leaving no
Félix,
traces.
el proveedor de celulares te va a dar
So the
una
cell phone
dirección IP.
provider is going to
Eso
give
lo
you
más probable
an
se va a llegar a
IP
solventar
address.
con,
Of
con,
course,
el,
that is going to
con
be
la red 6, la red 5G, donde ya va a haber mayor
solved
cantidad de
with the
direcciones MAC y
5G
ya no vamos a usar
network,
las direcciones que conocemos como
and
IPv4, sino la versión 6, que en
we'll
teoría deben
see
haber
version
suficientes IPs
number
para
6,
satisfacer las
and we should
necesidades
have
mundiales.
enough IPs to
Pero
cover
caemos
the
sobre la primera
worldwide
premisa.
need.
Si al
But
cracker
we fall on the
o
first
hacker
premise. If the cracker or
lo van
hacker
a trazar
is
a través
going
de
to
la
be
dirección IP, entonces
traceable through the
definitivamente
IP address,
un
then
amateur.
he or she is an
Entonces, sí,
amateur.
hay que buscar implementar
So
las
we
soluciones
must
que ya hay
find
y las tecnologías
and
de
implement
seguimiento,
the
pero
solutions
que
that
en
already
efecto sí sean
exist, but make
productivas.
sure that
El IP
they are
trazarlo es
productive.
muy fácil
It's
enmascarar yo el
very
mío
easy to
y
trace
decir que
an
estoy
IP number. I can mask
mostrar el
my
IP
IP number
de Rumania, por
and
ejemplo, y
display
estoy
an
Panamá,
IP from
pero antes de
Romania,
mostrar
for
el IP de
example.
Rumania he saltado
But before I do that,
España, por
I
Inglaterra
went
y así
through
15
Spain,
países más
England,
hasta
and
mostrar el de
15
Rumania.
other countries until
No sé
I
si me
displayed
explico.
the IP from Romania.
Gracias. Kenia, por favor.
Gracias. Buenas tardes a todos.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kenia Porcel, and I was appointed. I was the former prosecutor for the nation of Panama. I can give you some idea. The political constitution of the Republic of Panama stipulates that there is a need or prohibition or respect to privacy. Reason why in a criminal process, when a prosecutor has information where there has been some type of violation regarding the privacy, then as most of the countries, we have the criminal trial. And it is the judge that's going to determine the petition of that prosecutor that has that private information. In terms of mobile phone, if a prosecutor needs to intervene or have access to a communication, then they have to go with a judicial as house that we will authorize that individual because we are against time. If there was a kidnap, we need to have this authorization immediately, usually no more than 30 days. And there you should have a report and answers. And then we continue implementing the authorization in order to have open access to communication. If there is an elevator and there's an individual that is there, we have taken the image, then all the individuals that are part of the crime commission are going to ask if you know this person or not. But the law allows to communicate, bring down the face, and or visibilize the face so the citizens can respond. The Criminal Code of Panama has more than 450 articles, and we do have some dispositions regarding cybercrime. Regarding money laundering, we have that entity. Crime against environmental crime, we also have that entity. an illicit activity, we also have that entity. What it is important for us to highlight is that we need to condense or to call to political actors for it to have the strength that or the power that this type of crime should have. Since it's new, most of the time there is fear to what is new. But if the citizens is trained, they have the knowledge, fear will be dissipate and they become the ones who file a claim or denounce. That way the Department of Justice is able to process this. We can have the law, but if we don't have training, technology, and raise awareness, then we don't have anything. It would have been interesting to have the Judicial Investigation Department, which is the police or the law enforcement that provides accompaniment to the judge. That is the technician that has the support and the know-how in order to be able to process each one of these crimes. Thank you very much. Armando Diaz. Juan Francisco. That same challenge that you just presented is the same challenges that we had back in the Dominican Republic. Prior to 2013, cell phone providers provide that information. Yes, it is considered a personal information. As you mentioned, if you have a picture, any individual can give you the name of on that image. But back then, I believe that there was no awareness of the information or the data that was being provided, and it was limited to the content. To have someone enrolled to an IP address has nothing to do with the traffic and of that data. If we consider that the digital evidence is volatile and we need information in timely manner, and it's not limited to a country, I believe that we need to reconsider. Countries, in order to trace effectively cybercrime, in these type of situations, we need to ask ourselves, number one, are we going to trace an IP address? We need to follow the fingerprint. One say, follow the money. But if it's attack where there's a denial of service when I don't have money, then I need to follow the footprints that I have. If it is IP addresses, then that is what I'm going to follow. So we need to reconsider the way. And we also need to communicate this on time. What does the Budapest Convention wants? The adequate and timely fashion of providing information among all its members. So this is the data information that usually is provided physically. We can change this into a digital way. Thank you. Francisco. Yes, I coincide with what has been said by Armando regarding this topic, but I want to bring a differentiation to the table. There could be a technological gap, and it seems like the protection of intimacy, privacy, or individual data and the way we protect this is more stricter than how we protect physical integrity and protection. I'm not going to talk about the IP because maybe it's not the best example, but this gives us an idea that the digital data is more private than the physical individual. When I walk into a grocery store, I provide certain information. I use my credit card, but I don't feel like I'm being placed in a position of vulnerability when I share my information at a grocery store or a public entity. Reason why we need to consider prevention. Pete from the FBI mentioned yesterday, what do we need in order to commit a crime? A victim, the perpetrator, and a guardian that's not able to protect. So what I'm understanding here is that the guardians of cyber crime are limited than the guardians of those who protect the individual physically. Maybe it's due to the complexity of the technical infrastructure. But this makes us or at least I assess this as we are being poor guardians. So we have a victim, the individual. Now we go back to Gary Becker. If the individual carries out a test of likelihood and the likelihood of being discovered committing the crime, then if the likelihood is less, then it'll be less likelihood for us to identify the victim and the perpetrator. We need to work with internet providers, need to work with telecommunication providers and at the legal system. If I'm going to ask the guarantee judge an authorization when it attacks sensitive personal identification. But this could also be applicable in the physical world. And it brings in another layer of restriction. I know it's an individual behind the screen. If I have in technology, I have 5 different emails that are in the site where the crime was committed, then I need to ask myself, what device was used? Was it a phone or a computer? And is there an individual behind that email? But if they tell me you need a judicial authorization and the judge tells me, do you have evidence that all 5 emails were associated to that crime? I would have to say no, because all I know is that those 5 emails were linked to the site where the crime was committed. We need to protect digital information, private information in the digital world, but we also needed to for it to be parallel to the same protections that we provide to a physical entity. In the legal aspect, we do have a lot of complexity, but in the technological, we also have another problems, which are the laws. Those are issues by the senator, representatives, whatever you want to call them. But technologically, we can do anything. If you ask me, am I able to trace someone, identify the individual? Of course, because even a cell phone tells you where that device was or has been. So with the device, I know where that phone call was made, and then I could check the phone and understand where that individual was. And I hope the representatives of my country are listening to this. It doesn't matter how many technological changes I perform. If with digital identity, I'm able to carry out a transaction, but in order to be able to execute a transaction, I need to have the 2 individuals, recipient and the person that's going to emit the payment, then they need to be at the same place. Then regardless what changes we do at a technological level, then this is not going to change. I have a question. This is after the presentation that we had in the inaugural present ceremony with Luis Ojiva. I think this could be answered by Paraguay or Ecuador. Juan Francisco mentioned something. It was good, the information of how they're carried out by IGG in collecting information and the big data that they have for each one of the citizens. But we also see this from an intelligence standpoint because we're talking about security. What reactions do we have regarding this? I think the panelists have more information, as it was mentioned by the prosecutor. It is the law enforcement and auxiliary component of the support giving in digital security. How does this come together? How does this work? How can this in some way be coordinated with a prosecutor's office, even if it is coordinated at a prosecutor's office or with law enforcement? Because these entities have a lot of information regarding investigation. Yes, we have detailed information regarding all transactions carried out through where the platform that we use to collect big data. We do work directly with prosecutors and through the different processes that are carrying out. and through protocol processes where they place a request and we collaborate openly with them. Depending on the type of information that is requested, we are able to share. But would it work if the public office places a request and do they have to have access to, will they have access to your system only through under a request? In Ecuador, we have a DINAR for digital management, and they're the only individuals that are responsible to authorize who has access to this. If a prosecutor office can identify that they need information from one entity, you only have to do it once, and after that, you already have an updated system that you can have access to and indicate who are the people that are in that system. If the person passes away, you will have all that information. But the only way that this can happen is through DINAR, that's responsible of interoperability. I just want to say that it's very interesting what you have asked them. Recently, or almost a year ago, I think the other representative mentioned this yesterday, we had this data topic as a sensitive topic back in Costa Rica. We must consider at the time of developing a policy that this would rely on who has the main database. If the database is going to be under the responsibility of the executive power, then that could be used for activities not associated to crime, but regarding political aspects or political order. If we're going to have this an company or an entity that's going to be an autonomous, independent entity that is going, or neutral, that is going to provide the data that is requested, then that the situation is different. I know it is complex, but depending on where this data is stored, then that is the way that to determine who is going to have access to it and have use of these data. This data is not only general data, but also locations. In this way, I can map where every citizen is located. And depending on who has access to this information, it could be used or not. In this same sense, I want to say that I truly appreciate technology and the use of big data and all of the topics required for the development of a country, but it does require the implementation of controls under a regulatory framework.
Hoy con los sistemas de blockchain, o no sé cómo lo harán, pero no existe ya una única base de datos donde esté todo, son varias y se consulta, pero por favor.
Es justo lo que le iba a comentar, no es una base de datos, sino son muchas bases de datos las que están conformando la Big Data.
There is not just one database in big data. There are many databases. So if you have a piece of data that you need, for example, an ID, you get the pertinent information, and if you need to go to the public registry or to other institution, there are several databases depending on the need. So that is correct. There's not just one unique database. Yes, and that's the good aspect of the blockchains. There is not one owner of all the information. There are 100 owners with 100 pieces of information. Somehow, this offers some kind of a guarantee to someone that has its information distributed through 100 databases. This is an interesting conversation. Do we have any more comments? Well, I thought we were not going to have any questions. Well, from Argentina, if I need the data of an IP from Ecuador, Panama, or Paraguay, can I ask you to give me that information directly, or are you authorized to do that? Well, it all depends on the situation. Usually, there are different aspects to be considered on how we collaborate between countries, depending on international legislations. But usually, if there is any kind of event or something happening in a nation, the first point of contact is the ICC. If that investigation goes above a simple attack and wants to be processed, then we have to go through different means, through prosecution officers and legal offices. Well, at the government level, we can work on cooperations. In the Andean sphere, we have a free roaming. If you go to any of these countries, you do not have to pay for services, and this is through intra-country conventions. So the exchange of exclusive information through the regular entity can be shared, yes. Excuse me, I had something in my mouth. Okay. Well, we can wrap up this panel. Thank you, everyone.
Creo que viene como una de las partes medulares de...
I think that we are about to approach the core of these two discussions. What do we want to achieve? We want to work on a roadmap, a guide, an agenda for what's coming. And in these kinds of forums, we always like to leave with a work plan on everything we can do. And for that, we have Senator Silvia Giacopo, president of Parlatino, and she will help us with this dialogue so we can ask for all the contributions. And just to follow on what we discussed yesterday, I would like to request the inclusion of the update of the model legislation on cybercrime, or something that we discussed yesterday with Deputy Burgos. And I would like to reiterate our commitment for Crime Stoppers to create a technical group for that revision. And with all the dialogues we had, I believe education always came up. The need to educate, even from early age, I believe important, and I suggest from Parlatino to work on a recommendation. I'm not sure if we can recommend ministries of education to include in the education curriculum subjects on cybersecurity, or maybe we have to find the right term. But maybe we can do, or we can make that recommendation so we can follow up on that change. And for these topics to be introduced or added in the curriculum. So how can we make students to use in a positive aspect their cell phones, because they all have cell phones, and at the same time to protect themselves with the use of cell phones? Those are our two recommendations.
Buenas tardes a los que no saludé en el panel de la tarde.
Good afternoons to those I was not able to greet before. As far as the first suggestion, when deputy and author of the legislation presented yesterday, she said that this is a very new and young legislation, and even so needs to be updated, meaning that this is something that is feasible and we need to do it because the technological progress has a speed, and we cannot come up to its speed, but we must act. On the second suggestion, one of the problems to be solved was user education, and how from the Parliament we could offer suggestions. And I would think that the way should be to inform, after all the work and presentations, what were the concerns and how we can transfer these conclusions to our governments, because we are the members in Parlatino. We are representing our respective parliaments. That would be the way, because institutionally, this wouldn't be a technical recommendation, which is really a recommendation, but the way comes from a conclusion of a forum through which we heard all the voices of experts and experiences were shared. Hence, I believe that that way we can accomplish our goals to work through the public policies in our region on what's coming and what's happening. Just like Mr. Campos mentioned, these children that not only use calculators, I believe that was maybe 1 or 2 generations in the past, as of second or third grade, children do their math on their cell phones. So the use of technology should be accompanied by recommendations, and we must educate for the responsible use of technology so we can protect children and families. Yes, I agree. Thank you, Chair. And with that, I believe that we can open the intervention, starting with Vice Minister from Ecuador. Each one of us have had direct presentations to the panel or from our seats, and I believe that it's worth from each one of you to give a suggestion or recommendation to be included in this document that the chair or the president just mentioned. And this is going to be conclusions or the recommendation of the forums to be shared with the parliament members or your government. So we can start with the vice minister, please.
Creo que está apagado el
I believe your mic is off, or maybe it's not working.
Tiene razón. Hay que participar, diputada.
Me cogió en el celular. No, realmente hemos compartido muchos criterios acá.
Well, we have shared a lot of criteria, and I think that one of the relevant aspects is to be able to share not only the knowledge, but at the country level, Latin American countries, the budget allocated for different projects is just not enough for the technological aspect. I believe that we can maybe share systems or courses or anything technological with the community. For example, if I have a system
De firma electrónica digital, pudiéramos
for
compartir.
a digital electronic signature, I can share that with the countries. So everyone can have the software ready, or the classes or trainings or courses. Thank you. I would like to give the floor to Senator from Chile. He has to go to the airport. Thank you. Thank you, Alejo. Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure, and I would like to thank this opportunity. As he mentioned, I have to go back to the airport, and we are in the process to assign or to appoint representatives, and the senator working with Par Latino should consider this topic as a priority. So what are we requesting as a country? First, to recognize or acknowledge the efforts of OAS working on the 4-year measurement. This is a concrete agreement that really helps OAS and adopt the maturity level as the standard to develop public policies. This is not a final number, and we assess all the dimensions in an independent way. Through that way, we can verify if the public policy developed is working or not. Otherwise, we won't have a reference framework. The second aspect is related to the international days, the International Day of Personal Data Protection. We have the Internet World Day. We have another day for the elderly. And I hope that the parliaments on May the 17th can hold activities related to that. In the month of October, in the Senate, we launched the official activities for the Cybersecurity Month. And that helps. This is a European initiative from the European Union. And finally, on updating the legislation, I believe that is an extraordinary idea, and I would wait for the second protocol to the Budapest Convention, speaking on the exchange of information, because if there's something that we have to advance and work together, is this. So we can work with a second updated protocol and then give out the tools so we can be efficient and effective. Up until now, this is only a declaration, a convention, but we do not have a consequence to the crime. We need penalties. We need people to know that the law is going to be applied. I'm at your disposition for whatever you want, and this has allowed us to meet each other. This is one of the first meetings post-pandemic, and we used to meet before through Zoom, and the commitment is to continue working. The official delegation is going to stay here. I would like to thank Juan Francisco Gali, author of the legislation, along with the executive power of cybersecurity and protection. And we'll be sharing all the experience. Thank you, and best wishes to you all. Thank you, Senator. Thank you for your contributions. Ms. Claus?
I agree with what Felix just mentioned. What he just said is something that we were having conversations during the dinner period. It is important for us to work together, specifically in the technical side, to share tools that in some country may be working but be lacking in another country, and this way reduce costs, which we know that it is one of the most difficult aspects to have the budget in order to address cybersecurity topics. Cooperation South-South in cybersecurity. Thank you. Representative Burgos. Well, as I mentioned it yesterday, I am in favor of the modification of the norm or the standard. What the senator mentioned, I believe that it will be good to waste the second protocol from the Budapest. Many of us have an idea of what's going to happen, but I believe that it will be best if we wait. This meeting, this forum, visibilized or made visible our problems. It's not a lacking of one of a state, but it is that we are all lacking because this is a new topic. We need to make this type of meeting more visible for this to cascade to the state and later to the society. Through social media, at least in my province, We made the province aware of this forum, and we received many calls and messages through different social media, where they have asked, what was this forum about and what topics would be addressed? That makes me understand there's a scarcity of knowledge and the harm or how this could have an impact in the society. More or less by Juan Francisco said yesterday, there is no sense of harm or the risk that the inadequate use of this technology in our societies. We need to be more specific regarding this. There's no sense of insecurity when we use digital means. Now, regarding to what you mentioned last, we also look at the mechanisms. The Parlatino cannot impose. We can only recommend. To bring this to the educational levels is fundamental for the new generations to have greater knowledge of the use and the tools regarding security that you will have available to you in your device or even platforms. For me, this is an important aspect. Thank you, Representative Garcia. I would like to emphasize once again on the importance that policy needs to talk about technology and innovation. The public sectors, political parties, and the political spheres needed to make decisions with information at hand. They should have technical evidence in order to make a decision. This should be addressed at the political spheres. We need to have a more active engagement to sit down with executors, those who work on this day to day, the daily work on these topics, so they can play a primary role and be more relevant. Because in the future, when we talk about funding, we understand that budgeting and funding is a political aspect. So when we need to train our members, our human resources in technical or specialized topics, we need to have the funding. Reason why it is important for them to play an important role in not in a reactive way. We understand how severe or how relevant this topic is, but we don't remind ourselves until something occurs. We also need to work with indicators, measurements. We need to have parameters, as it was mentioned by the representatives, in terms of legal aspects, results or outcomes, or the KPIs for each country according to the realities of the country. I believe that it is important for us to decide what type of measurement or index we're going to follow. There are other measurements that are being carried out. In Paraguay, the government is focused on improving the doing business ranking. So that is what we are assessing. But there was a collaborative work of improving our doing business index. And when we talk about the GAFILAX list, everyone was focused on this. There was a common ground in which we were all working toward achieving a good ranking in that index. And when it comes to education, I am an advocate that this type of topic should be taught at an early age. Education for the adoption of technology is important. People should understand what does it entail to use a cell phone or to click the terms of use. and the use of the technology nowadays and its impact. Education should be very basic, however, yet very important and should be addressed and should follow some measurements or index. Diego? Before starting, I just want to thank Parlatino, the Conrad Foundation, and Crime Stopper. Closing remarks, I could say 2, 3, or almost 4 topics. Number 1, to promote the exchange of information in an intersectorial way, to be more open to exchange information to response teams, law enforcement, critical structures, banking system. This is key. Next, we would need to create spaces of dialogue like this one, and even go beyond this. Bring in drills, role play, where the judicial, legal, law enforcement, and banking one again would play a role. And to move from a reactive role to a more proactive role. In the last few days, we have talked about denouncement, but why don't we talk about preventive data flow? And this way we can avoid the filing reports. Continuous education and training, as it was mentioned before, to harmonize the taxonomy of classification, incidents, cybercrime. We all need to speak the same language. Another important aspect that we spoke to yesterday with the prosecutor is that at the end of the day, we need to stop hiding. When we talk about intelligence, sometimes we become scared. But we all carry out the work of data intelligence activities. And that is what we need to focus on, to be proactive. This is something that we need to start working on at all levels, which is data intelligence and differs from the intelligence at a state level. Thank you very much, Diego. I would like to open a parenthesis with what you just said without trying to create any to put you in the spot. So part of the conclusions of this forum, how can the OAS support us? I don't want to, well, you just put me in the spot, but we can support with the discussion in the creation of events where we can all collaborate. We work well with task forces and policymakers. So it will be interesting how we can bring this together. We would also like to welcome parliament members, law enforcement to our in-person events. In July, we're going to work with the CIVE in Spain, where we bring in the members from different countries for a 2-week training. And we train at different communities. So that is what I'm saying. We can provide the accompaniment of the workshop. We can also work in promoting these documents and issue recommendations.
Sí, en primer lugar, agradecer la invitación.
First of all, I would like to thank you for your invitation. I would like to thank the organizing committee, Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Crime Stopper, and the Parlatino, and the IRI. Some of the lessons learned from Chile, which have been painful lessons learned, I would start with more conceptual aspect that we need to gain legitimacy in terms of how we combat criminality in cyberspace. So first is to bring in the aspect of legitimacy. And I go back to what Gabriela mentioned about risk perception. If citizens do not consider this important, then they're not going to consider important our actions toward fighting the crime in cyberspace. So we need to increase that risk perception of our citizens. This could be done through presenting the harm associated to this type of crime, what is being exposed, our patrimony, our assets, our intimacy, our privacy. When we issued surveys of the priority of our citizens, we will find that crime is number one. And when we talk about cybercrime, most likely this will be ranking number 40 when it is the same thing. So first, we need to raise awareness to be able to increase legitimacy to later move into actions. And regarding actions, I coincide with the common issue by Representative Dew and Sebastian. We need to have homogeneous indicators or measurement. The maturity measurements from the OAS is a model that we can follow. It has helped us. Number two, the model law should also respond to this, to have homogeneous actions that will allow us to see progress, common progress among the countries, regardless of their realities. And then we could later compare good practices and positive initiatives. So those are the two things: raise awareness and legitimacy and homogeneous initiatives among countries. Prosecutor Vassal. Before all, I would like to thank the organizers and every person behind the stage. Those who helped us in preparing the event need to be congratulated. Most of the countries of Americas, we speak the same language. So we can view the possibility in drafting a common dictionary. So when we speak, we can use the same words. There's a lot of influence from English, so translations can cause that certain legislation in a country adopt one word, and in another legislation there's a different word. In this Babel Tower, we can have, or we can commit more errors. So we can use the OAS as our dictionary, and the Parlatino can determine that common language for the continent to speak on.
Serían las siguientes.
Well, these are my contributions. To do a study with the Ministry of Education, the family prosecution offices, to determine the possibility to include cyberbullying, identity theft, and cybernetic sexual harassment.
Perdón, el último, ¿cuál era?
I'm sorry, what was the last one? Cybernetic sexual harassment and identity theft. Thank you. I'm thankful for this space. It has been extremely interesting. I only have 3 important ideas. One, this is a complex and diverse phenomenon. And from the different discussions, I understand we do not have a common diagnostic in this situation. I believe we should have a common diagnosis, but we have a lot of commonalities, but we have a lot of differences. And it is important to understand the phenomenon of the cybercrime from different ways of criminal actions. There are different dimensions and different actors, and on the different responses from the state at the legislative and instrumental level. I believe it is important we have a common idea. And of course, everything seen through the levels of prevention, victim protection, individual victims, institutional victims, business victims, etc. I think it is important to find agreements with the big technological enterprises so they can help us and have a common language. I believe that the databases that we mentioned are very important, and we must identify what databases we have, what databases we don't. What are the common databases and what is the level of access?
Elías,
Thank you, Victor. Elias, do you have any contribution?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to recognize the success of this meeting and the approach of this topic from the different projections and contributions. And as you well know, in Parlatino, with the framework legislation that should be updated, as it has been mentioned as well. And what I can say with Senator Sylvia is to back up all the actions and all the suggestions made here, especially those that must be translated and to turn into a legislative proposal so we can send it to the different national congresses from Parlatino. I believe this is important, especially when we have the presence of a great number of parliament members from different countries from Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you. Thank you. Gustavo Rodriguez. Thanks, Alejo. I would like to reiterate my gratitude and congratulations to all the organizers. We have a number of concepts, so one aiming to the pragmatic aspect or the specific aspect aligned with what the prosecutor proposed as far as the glossary or a dictionary. I think that with the organization of this event and the OAS and Konrad Adenauer organization, we can maybe create a document which will be the summary of this event, including the legislation compared from different countries. Regardless of the model legislation, it is important to know the legislation adopted by different countries. And the other one is, as I said yesterday, this is related to the substance. The legislation, the standards in humanity and societies are always running behind or after the problem. Legislation never comes before the problems. And this is a case where even though we try to reach the problem, it's just the horizon. It is very difficult for us to reach the problem. And in that sense, there is an importance of that concept. Being flexible and rigid compliance, the dynamic of the society is going to be that the problems, the crimes, the consequences, and the problems we face as a humanity are becoming even more dynamic. So having rigid legislations attempt the life of the legislations. We must effectively comply with the laws, but we cannot classify conducts that are always more dynamic than what the legislation is. Thank you. Senator? Well, before offering a suggestion, I must thank the participation of all the experts, all the parliament members, members of the judicial power, the executive power through the different ministries of security of the different countries. And I would like to thank our sponsor that is addressing these topics like Crime Stoppers with a special dynamic, and the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, that one of its axes is security. Having said that, I would like to repeat what I expressed before. We must contribute to make visible and bring this topic to the table in all our countries. One of the ideas I was speaking with Alejo just a few minutes ago, how can we remember a topic every year in the society and in schools. Maybe we can declare the Latin American Day for Cybersecurity, because we can start with schools, with communication, media. We can express the topic and the importance. And I believe this is one of the concrete actions that we can take. Thank you. Thank you. It has been added as a recommendation, and we are adding several recommendations. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Albert Sandy. He just arrived today from St. Lucia. Mr. Sandy is the executive director of CICLEC. If you do not know CICLEC, this is like the Council of Authorities and Customs of the Caribbean. I think it is important because Parlatino has members from the Caribbean, and we seek having that integration with the Caribbean. So the presence of CICLEC is extremely important today. Mr. Sander?
Good afternoon to all. I would like to say thanks to Alejo, his organization, and to Parlatino, and to all of you here for the invitation of the Caribbean Customs Law Enforcement Council to participate in this forum. I have listened very intently, and of course, cybercrime is a serious issue for all organizations and for every country on earth, as long as we understand what it is. So I think as a recommendation, and especially the Caribbean Customs Law Enforcement Council, as other organizations, is very involved in the development and deployment of electronic tools within the Caribbean Basin, and also in collaboration with the World Customs Organizations and others in dealing with issues like commercial fraud and so on. And also some of the tools are used for the processing of vessels and aircrafts at the borders electronically to remove the burden on the masters and the customs in dealing with it, but also as a tool, as tools which are used to detect and to interdict any form of crimes which customs has a responsibility to deal with. So therefore, customs being positioned at the borders and working with all other agencies in every country where customs is, I think it is very important that there be a very energetic effort to make sure that customs departments are properly educated and prepared and equipped to support the police, the Attorney General's offices, whoever is taking the lead in dealing with cybercrime. Because you could well understand if cybercrime hits any customs department electronic infrastructure, what a disaster it will be for revenue collection and for law enforcement. So I think it is very important that customs departments are very much included and very much involved and very much educated and prepared and be given the necessary tools. And also they need to be held accountable for the outcomes that they produce in respect of fighting against cybercrime, and especially when you consider the sexual exploitation of women and children. Very often they cross the borders, and therefore customs has a responsibility to show results in respect of interdictions, and providing intelligence, because customs has quite a bit of intelligence, to other leading agencies as the police in respect of dealing with cybercrime and other related criminality. So the thought is really to make sure that customs is properly educated, properly prepared, properly equipped to participate in this fight against cybercrime and related crime, and to make them responsible in delivering outcomes along those lines. So thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Mr. Sandy. Winfried, adelante, por favor.
Thank you, Mr. Sandy. Winfried? As a co-organizer with Crime Stoppers, it is a kind of difficult for me to give recommendations, but I would like to try. To me, this conference was just the beginning, without being the beginning, but at least it's a beginning within this group. And I'll be honest, I am going to be self-critical. I was expecting that we could get a little bit more information. For example, from an ex-hacker to give us real examples. This is something a little bit more practical. This is something that I would have liked. So you, as legislators, can also be aware of what is possible nowadays. Because I am sure that we all know somehow what organized crime is doing in the cyberspace. However, when we can review practical examples or what things criminals are working with, that would have been interesting. And what I would like to propose is for us to continue with this group next year so we can update and see where we at. And as organizers, we can try to at least organize one day with people that practice, for example, hackers or people in the intelligence scope. It was mentioned, yes, but under the security situation under which the world is with the attack on Ukraine, I remember maybe 3.5 years ago, the German parliament was hacked. And our intelligence has a clear proof that this came from Russia. We have the evidence, and this was not something private. It wasn't something private. And the IT system only worked half a year. So next time, I think that we should focus on that topic. The crime done by governments or states. In my opinion, that is extremely important. Thank you. Ferdinand?
Muchas gracias, Alejo. Y también
Thank you very much, Alejo. And thank you for your coordination and for the new knowledge acquired in these 2 almost intense days. For the final declaration of commitments,
mencionado de una forma y
something that the chair has just presented is the aspect of permanence. We need to continue this dialogue with the society, enterprises, the economy, politicians. We need to continue with the exchange of information in the education, the evolution of the law, and to find progress in the process and in our actions. We always need to be aware to who and to what we have before us. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Luis, no veo acá.
Gracias, Alejo. Buenas tardes.
Thank you, Alejo. Many of the things that I have written down were already mentioned. Number one, education is very important. Teachers can become multiplying agents. We need to be able to expand our awareness. It is true that we can train teachers and use these teachers as a multiplying agent and for them to train their students. As Albert Einstein once said that the example is not the only way to teach. It's not one other way to teach. It's the only way to teach. Therefore, we need to be able to teach our young people. We also need to focus on our seniors. Seniors have a high risk with the use of technology. We also needed to find progress and update the model law for cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, in terms of criminal code, is one of the last aspects that is being reviewed. This is a more administrative aspect. In Chile, if you open a TV channel, then you have to broadcast an X number of cultural and academic programs or activities. Therefore, we also need to be able to train and to be able to raise the awareness in terms of criminality and criminal activities in cyberspace. Another thing that was mentioned by many of the representatives was to cascade this, to bring this into the practice. We need to have a common language in the way we create a taxonomy and classify cybercrime. We could develop a guide of good practices, of personal good practices for citizens and for enterprises. That is something that we could work on. As a critical aspect, we have found not only solutions, but also bottlenecks. That bottlenecks that should be addressed in future meetings. To work with enterprises is a very important aspect, and it is a challenge. In Chile, we feel like we are far down with Argentina, and the communication is scarce. Therefore, we need to be able to be present in the conversation. We needed to be able to work directly with transnational large enterprises in order for them to provide information of the information they have collected from our citizens. Representative, thank you very much for this space of dialogue. I think there's not much to be added. It is clear that today we have a regional need of shared information, capacities, and experiences. We have identified that this is a transversal topic that requires an interagency collaboration from the academia, public, and private sector. One of the most important aspects is to invite the countries of the region that are not here to adhere to the Budapest Convention, for them to draft a cybersecurity bill, because many of the countries do not have one. We need to try to bring in funds for cybersecurity. Yesterday, we talked that there was a deficit of around 600 million individuals regarding this topic. Another thing that is important is that the organizations that coordinate this forum, we can develop an observatory for cyber crime, a table to address ethics, and a platform to share success stories. I think that to have an ethic committee would help us to talk, to collaborate, and to share our experiences. Cybercrime, depending on the conditions of each one of the countries, the crimes will be different. If we are able to bring them together to an observatory or a place where we can pool all of the different cases, we can able to participate and learn from other countries. I also support the training aspect. There is a deficit from one country to another. Thank you very much, Representative. Thank you for your invitation. I will talk about the technical aspects in cybersecurity. I would like to build on the words regarding bringing a standardized language. And I'm talking more of a technical language standardization. I'm going to talk about incidents in cybersecurity, which is different from an event of cybersecurity. So the language should be clear in the standard. It is important to highlight not to confuse cybercrime with cybersecurity. Third, not forget about the impact that we have or that we create to the environment in data mining. This is something that needs to be addressed. Today, data mining is transforming into a great problem and a threat to the environment. Second, we need to also develop threat intelligence. As it was mentioned by Diego, we need to be able to identify those new threats that are going to come into our environment. Winfred talked about the war between Russia and Ukraine. Most likely, some of these countries will be in the need to develop operation in the robbery of currency in order to cover the deficit that they have in their countries. So cybersecurity is important for our banking systems. And with this, I wanted to conclude about a standard for AI. We needed to understand that there could be certain biases in programmers when it comes to AI and its relationship with cybercrime. With this reflection, I would like to end with what was said by Sing Bao Wan in his book. If we have greater control, then less privacy people have, but with more privacy, less control we'll have. Thank you very much. Thank you. It has been like a good experience. What Paola mentioned, it's not that we don't want to act. Sometimes we do not know what is happening. In my personal opinion, I have heard about computing crimes or cybercrime and cyberspace, but I had no idea what was truly happening there in that cyberspace. In our country, we're drafting a bill that's related to this topic. We were recently victim of hacking of the social program that we have in our government for vulnerable groups in our countries. The criminals were able to withdraw from the social funds by criminal activities more than 200,000 pesos. Or I should rather say 200 million pesos. So crime continues to grow. It is not limited to a country. We are at your disposal. We hope our countries will come together and connect in secure environments. Thank you. I just want to reiterate my gratitude for the invitation we go back with a luggage full of knowledge and lessons learned in this very important forum. I just want to highlight that even that it is true that we need to be able to lock several things in terms of criminalizations in cyberspace. We understand that if we don't lock the doors, then it's going to harm the economy, the finance, international economy, and vulnerable sectors such as children, women, seniors. So we are looking at the other side of the spectrum. We need to not to have a state that has a complete control over a citizen, but we need to have some control. The first day that we were at the hotel, the Panamanian public official said that the custom declaration that seemed to be a very naive document, it is a document that has a lot of information and regulations to our privacy and our personal identity. Therefore, it's not just Facebook and Twitter, Spotify, that understand our likes and tastes through algorithm. We need to also have democratic controls to that increase penetration of the state in our world as citizens. Prosecutors, or the prosecutor that spoke a while ago, we need to have more control from judges in the authorization to have access to information from the citizen. We need to emphasize ever more the preservation of democracy. In this process, we do not have the voice of our citizens. I don't want to be prejudiced toward one country, but we all know that with the control of the pandemic in China, the control was even higher over their citizens. Therefore, this can make us lose spaces of democracy in our countries, in countries where we already have fragile democracies. Thank you very much, Representative Armando Diaz. Your recommendations? First of all, I would like to thank you all for your invitation to this panel, to be able to share our experiences, to be able to hear from each one of you was very enriching. Among the recommendations that I can briefly and in a very summarized way share with all of you is other technologies have had other type of regulatory system. Cell phones, the FCC regulates the manufacturers of technology for them to implement certain protocols. In the creation of softwares and systems, we don't have these type of authorities that follow good practices of cybersecurity. Someone can produce or create a software and can have this available to an X number of individuals. In technology, if it's not secure, then we should have instruments in place in how these technologies are going to be used and implemented. There are certain institutions that can let you know, okay, you have developed a software. Is it secure for an N amount of individuals to use this in a population? Is it going to use personal data, etc.? Anyone can develop an application. It could become hype and a large amount of people will be using that application. So it needs to be regulated. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Mr. Cueto? Thank you. I think that everything said is extremely pertinent for the recommendations. I will only mention 4 points as an idea, and I believe that this could continue in Parlatino on cybersecurity. First, the idea, just like my colleague from Colombia said, would be to create a network. In the armed forces or in the Marine, we call it lessons learned, recommendations, and whenever there is a case and you can create, or the foundation can create a network where we all come together, and that will feed us, and we can all learn from that network. Second, definitely, education is important. It's important. And it's about creating a group of people specialized on this, and create syllabus of education, higher education, to make it common ground, to not only have the same language, but also decide what it is that we are going to teach our students on cybersecurity, because it is always a good idea to have these meetings where we all know or have some idea of something, but we must aim to teach. I know that we cannot always bring people to these meetings, but if we create syllabus and we can teach students from higher education and above, I think that we would really help, and we will have a great reach. Now, when we talk about problems and cyber attack, the great majority of those attacks are created by hackers, and those working in the field know themselves. I know one, the number 6 worldwide, and he's American, and I would ask him, and that takes me to my fourth point. I was in a conference speaking about the politicization of the cyberspace, and I would say that we should invite 1 or 2 of these great super hackers to teach us, or maybe explain how to stop some of the attacks, because they are the authors of the attacks. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Garcia. Well, thank you. I would like to thank Crime Stoppers, Par Latino, and the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. And with me, I take back the ABC of laws: cybercrime and countering transnational organized crime. I believe those are elements that must be revised and consider what is the real situation in our countries. And I would also add the second protocol to the Budapest Convention. I believe that that update is important. To educate is important, from technical education to educate the elderly. And as always, I said this is a tripartite aspect: state, enterprises, and the people. Use the public and private alliances. Engage the different actors and stakeholders in the decision process and the implementation of the public policies. It is also important to recognize that we are only creating measurement or measuring tools. We do not have the creation process, and we are in a trial and error experience. From that shared experience, I know and I see that this is not a legislation problem. It's a problem of innovation, lack of resources, and implementation. The situation is even worse in Latin American countries, where we haven't even solved the basic needs for the quality of the inhabitants. So how can we create that social cohesion? How can we explain people in Peru that we must invest in cyber attack and cybersecurity, that many of the times they do not even have drinkable water? And this is a social change. You can investigate this in your own countries. Look up the Costa Rican case. The unit for data analysis, I'm talking about FARU evidence. Please investigate how the government of the Republic wanted to get information, sensitive information, from families, from children. And in the last election process, through mass messaging, they wanted to destabilize the process. my recommendation would be to read the Uruguayan legislation for the personal data protection. This is an important step, and it is important to know about this case because there is a specific legislation based on the different databases or the use we want to make out of the different databases. This is a complex topic, but we need to legislate in a specific and tailored manner. I would like to share a consideration. Now everything happens in real time, and the taxonomy of the crime is an important element. It is important to say that in any space that we can speak about security, we are advancing because this is a topic that in Latin America and in Costa Rica we are not speaking enough of. Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Castro. Yes, I would like to thank you for the invitation and for this exchange of ideas. And my takeaway message, or I'm going back with a full bag of information. And just to add to my colleague from Costa Rica, we believe it is important to call authorities from different countries to apply the best international practices in this matter through public policies that include cybersecurity and or cybercrime, from the big attacks and vulnerable populations, always seeking to close the generational gap. This is one of the main problems we have in this matter, and hence closing the digital gap. Cybersecurity and the criminalization of cyberspace. This is fundamental to close the gap. Number two, we must ask the different governments to fight the cybernetic transformation with the different tools, always safeguarding the legal security, the privacy, and the due process. We cannot forget about that. Third, we must seek to include the digital literacy on the use, creation of digital content, creating a cultural view of the youth, and the re-education of the adults in this matter. This is an element we deem crucial in this topic, referring to cybersecurity and the criminalization of the cyberspace. Thank you. Thank you. And to wrap up with the conclusions and recommendations, so we are at number 36. Beatriz, one of the co-organizers of this meeting. Please, you have the floor. Thanks, Alejo. I believe the experts have contributed very valuable elements that are going to be compiled for this declaration. And from the international cooperation, I believe that the conclusion that we can bring to the table is that this conversation is necessary, is urgent, and it must be recurrent, because coming together once a year is not enough. And as you said, we are late to the virtual world, to the metaverse world, and it is important to find a way to reorganize a forum or a conference, if not this year, maybe next year, so we can follow up on the commitments that we are making today. From international cooperation, we have the responsibility to add this topic on the agenda of the donors that fund these kind of projects, because this is not a topic that can be heard in the cooperation scope. I believe that we must invest in the technical and human resource, the citizen resource, and the political resource, and all the different actors that comprise or are part of these three resources. And there is a quote or a saying in English that says, we need a network in order to tackle or counter another network. And I believe that with IRI, Crime Stoppers, we can find a sustainability of this forum. We know that there are other synergies and initiatives worldwide working on this topic, but let's take advantage of this moment, of this energy created, so we can continue these projects into the future. And I cannot close without thanking Alejo and the Crime Stoppers team who pushed to boost this topic in the region. And I would like to the foundation and thank you for inviting us to be part of this conversation and this alliance. Thank you. Thank you, Beatriz. I would like to excuse Micaela Brown. She was to be here today, but there was a personal situation, and she'll be traveling tomorrow, first thing in the morning, to Germany. Thank you. We have a total of 38 recommendations that we are going to compile, systemize, and organize, and those will be shared with you. I do not want to close without giving the floor to two important people. Kingsley de Berg, director of the CAS Foundation and the chair of Parlatino, owner of this wonderful home.
Muchas gracias por la deferencia. No me queda más que agradecer.
Thank you for those comments. I would like to thank the participants, and I want to say that this is the house of the legislation of the Latin American and Caribbean sisters and brothers, and this home is open for this forum. This is the beginning of a path that we must walk together, just like each one of those that expressed proposals and ideas. We will see each other soon, just like someone setting the brake. We shall not be forward, side to side, or way behind the criminals and the techniques they used. We need to come up to the height of the circumstances. And we must continue working, creating these networks so we can all be connected, sharing experiences. And see you soon in the next forum. Thank you. And I would like to close by thanking first the chairwoman for being the host. Thank you. We really appreciate it. Thank you. And I hope that next time we can be here again. Thanks, Beatriz. Thanks, Alejo. I would like to thank our teams, and I would like to mention Santiago from Crime Stoppers and Yadira, who worked on the organization from the office. And I would like to thank everyone here, Luigi, Alejandro, Ana, everyone involved, working behind the scenes. And I would like to thank the interpreters and the IT team. Very, very good job. And this is my responsibility as the representative of the foundation. It's always great when we hear that the foundation funded all that. And I would like to thank the German contributor to give us the opportunity to hold these kinds of events. Please have a safe trip back home. COVID is not over yet. We know that. See you soon. Thank you.
Propongo que hagamos una foto.
Okay, well, I would suggest to take a group picture.
Recording stopped.